Testing. Let me turn down the remix. Remix was loud last time, man. I think I can do 22, but I don't know if I can do 33 again. Nobody complained though, so I guess it wasn't that bad. And a trusty cell phone, and we're all set here. The stream is great. Good evening, everyone. I'll be on camera shortly. Oh shit. Oh, it's shifting. Shiftment. We got topics, we got sound bites, we got everything today. Trust me, it's gonna be some juicy shit. Okay. Probably gonna look ashy as shit because I just got out of the shower, but it is what it is. I thought I was supposed to have a different color. Did I look ashier than that? Hold on. Oh, fuck. I ain't gonna get any better than that. Unless I mess with that. That one, I don't. These colors are not really working for me, especially the red. The red's a little bit too dark. I'm just gonna, yeah, I'll mess with this one. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna get better than that. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm gonna head down to the chat because I only see one comment right there. Ooh. Good evening, everyone. Look at that. There's an echo there. Glad I caught that. I don't know why it loaded in so late. Phil Bosch, what's going on? Let me get the shout outs out the way real quick. We now have 64 members. 1 second. Okay, back to it. So we have 64 members. We're gonna get started. As you guys know, you can become a member at any time to support the channel, and memberships start at 99 cents, going all the way up to $10. So if you want to become a member, you can pick out which tier you want. All tiers will still allow you to level up on the grand stage of the channel, and then you'll have different stickers by your name that will let other people in the chat know how long you've been here. Okay. Now, if you decide that you can't be a member anymore, or you don't want to be a member anymore, but you rejoin at a different time, your total experience still levels up. Okay, so there's been people that were members and then they can't be a member, or they just get gifted members. They're still leveling up every time they have membership status. So just want to let people that know that. First off, we got Nelson Gaming. He's at the top of the list. He rejoined, so he's at the top of the list. So Nelson Gaming is first person today. Then we got Mass Produce, Henry Heck, Prince G, John Dexter, High Tech Dream, Gregory, Harlem PS Gamer, Freddy 214, Lucci Sky, Mary Wilcox, Iman Rich the Swag Lord, J-Ro 49, Dez, Donald Milton, Juice, Briarios, Dadley Pierre, Lost Vein 105, Evidence, Lord Hooge 999, Seattle Chef, Izan Laureus, Crazy Tie Gaming, Press Alpha, Outlaw 2120, God Lord Hungry, Quan Emerson, Fishy Queefs. You changed your profile picture. I like the Joker profile picture. You got Fishy Queefs. Good shit. Quest 444. I'm still waiting for you to change your profile picture so we don't mistake you as one of the many trolls that are probably making accounts right now. Gamergoon 53, Ice Queen Gaming, Dynamite J, Uncompetitive, True Witty, Dejon Thompson, Zarari Rare, DJ D, Mike Johnson, Lost Vein 104, BMO Kelful, Caution, DJ Clark, No Name, Renal Blakely, All Day is Good, Sub 24, Dan S, D Truth. Cyber Dragon has become a member. You celebrate 24 months of membership. You said sup chat mods and panel and our host JayTechTV. Sandland demo is out. The Sandland anime debuts tomorrow on Hulu. Rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. Oh yeah, that's right. Now, I saw the demo was available, but I didn't download it yet. I will probably download it during the stream and see if I like it. Okay, so where were we at? Shadow Master, Sick Nick Mondo 16, Rebel Rick Gaming, Lorenzo Carlson, OC Gaming, No Cap Podcast, Viper Reaps Corner, Always Mad Gaming, Cedric, VR God V, MG Warrior, Cyber Dragon, Enzo, Caleb Kaiser, and Frostbite Slash. Those are the 64 members. The next goal is 100 members. We'll get there. With your help, we will get there. So, with that being said, we're going to go to the Super Chats and just give a quick preview of the last few Super Chats. This should be fucking easy. SNKev 444 and Viper Reaps Corner. Those are the two previews, because SNKev sent 4 super chats over the last 2 streams, and Viper Reaps Corner sent some super chats over the last few streams. So it's SNKev 411 and then Viper Reaps Corner. So congratulations to Viper Reaps Corner and SNKev for the huge amount of super chats. Anybody else want to chime in? So we're not giving those 2 shout outs the next couple streams. But big shout out to both SNKev 411 and Viper Reaps Corner for the support, man. I really appreciate it. We're gonna get to the chat real quick, and then we're gonna get ready to cover this news. Thursday, it seems like I don't. Hold on. Chris Coleman has become a member. Verge Brizzle has gifted a membership by Cyber Dragon. Cyber Dragon Okay. Hold on. So you guys was gifting memberships. I was scrolling up to do the shout outs, but I should have scrolled down. Okay. So Cyber Dragon has gifted 5 memberships. Big shout out to Cyber Dragon. Let's see who grabbed those memberships. We got Warlock Azarath? Warlock Azarath. Okay. 7 City, El Nini, Verge Brizzle, and Chris Coleman. Those are the 5 individuals that grabbed it. The way the memberships work is whoever's the most active. Now, this also means whoever is watching all the time. Doesn't mean they have to be in the chat all the time. So again, if you, I guess if you're cool with me and you're watching me, that's one thing, and you get the membership. I guess if you don't like me and you're watching me, I guess you also do got the membership. So there you go. Big shout out to the 5 new members through the gifted membership of Cyber Dragon. Big shout out to Cyber Dragon. So now I'm gonna give a shout out to the people and the chat. Should be fun. Who was the first person? The first person was uncompetitive.
Oh, really?
And you didn't even ask a question or even set a topic. Now remember, if you're the first person in the chat, I read off your comment, and if you have a topic or a question, I will answer. So uncompetitive, all you said was hi there. Hello, uncompetitive. How you doing today, buddy?
I didn't think it was right for me to set a topic.
No, it's cool. We have a few.
I've got one.
Okay, then
it's nothing to do with gaming unless you count GoldenEye.
Oh shit. Okay.
You know the news? You know the news about James Bond?
Oh, okay. Hold your horses on that. That's still a movie, but we're gonna cover it too.
Yeah, sure.
Who's next? Alexander Clifton is in the chat. He's a mod. By the way, Uncompetitive is a mod, a member, and a panel member. We got JRO49. He's a mod and a member. Solid Snake is a mod. Harlem PS Gamer is a mod and a member. Vegan VR King is a mod right now. Who else we got? BMO Kelful. You're a mod and a member. Samuel Thompson. You're welcome back. Samuel Thompson, if you appear back here on Thursday, you're going to be made an honorary mod because you're always here and you're always supporting, and I appreciate you, man. Thank you for being here. Briarios is a mod and a member as well. And who else we got? BMO Kelfo is a mod and a member. Dadley Pierre is a mod and a member. Warlock, you're a mod. You're a member now, but you're not a mod. Phil Bosch is a mod. Ice Queen is a mod and a member. 7 City, what's going on? El Nini, what's going on? Both of you guys, I think El Nini, you're due for a membership. I'm sorry, a mod next week. So probably next week Tuesday, next week Thursday. Because I've been seeing you a lot too. We got Vegan VR King. He is here. He is a mod, and I think I'm giving a lot of people shout outs multiple times. Chris Coleman is a member now. El Nini is a member. 7 City is a member. Warlock is a member. And Verge Brizzle is a member again. Big shout out to the people that are members again or members for the first time of this channel. And scrolling down. Kevin Logan, what's going on? JRO49 gifted 1 membership. Kevin Logan was able to pick that membership up. So congratulations to Kevin Logan for becoming a member of this channel through a gifted membership. And let's get started. We're in your neck of the woods this time. We're going to be covering news from Europe, which, you know, it'll steamroll us into our next stream, which is Thursday. Thursday is when we're going to get the NPD. You're not from Europe?
Not from Europe.
Where are you from?
No. Well, we've had Brexit.
Oh, god damn it. You know what I'm fucking talking about. God damn it. Shit. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
That one.
Yeah, I walked right into that one. Well, Europe, UK, Helldivers obviously dominated. PS5 obviously dominated from what we're seeing. The sales were 10-1. PS5 versus Xbox. The sales for Helldivers 2 was split pretty much 50%. That's what the CEO was saying. Hold on, I'm trying to get my controller. The CEO was saying that a lot of people have been asking of what I'm doing. Like, I'm not playing Helldivers, but I'm on Final Fantasy, but I'm not streaming. And weirdly enough, when I really like a game, I'm gonna get it in when I can. And I've been working a lot, so I just get it in when I can, and sometimes I don't record. I've taken screenshots in a couple of videos. I'm planning on posting one of the Final Fantasy videos, just a small short. But yeah, I got updates on that. So let's cover your topic. The new James Bond. Remember, I heard that he was offered. Did he take it?
He hasn't taken it. He has until next week to decide.
That's awesome.
It's not official. It's happening, but we know who they want. Do you want to know who it is yet?
No, you could tell me. I know him, but I don't know him by name.
Well, he is the guy who was in
Kick-Ass?
Kick-Ass, yes.
Yep.
Aaron Taylor Johnson.
And he was also one of the Quicksilvers.
He was in Bullet Train.
He was in Bullet Train. He was one of the Quicksilvers.
He's in Tenet at the end, very end of the film.
What's the other one?
You probably wouldn't recognize him.
He's also Kraven in Sony's film.
Yes, he's Kraven. I forgot that.
He has a pretty damn good action-oriented resume.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest, I think he deserves it. And and anybody that they pick, I think they would deserve it, because they're not going to pick some random person that hasn't been, out there for a while. So, hey, that's off to him if he accepts it.
I think he will.
Yeah. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to make him cut his hair, or they're going to let him stay the same? Is he going to sport a beard, or is he not going to have a beard?
I'd like him to have the beard at the beginning. Like Pierce Brosnan had in Die Another Day. Because if you remember, he gets captured by the North Koreans and he's in prison.
Yeah.
And his beard grows, and he comes out and he then has a shave in a hotel. And I think it would be a great way to open it with him being like SAS in a kind of mud, all covered in mud and grease and grease paint, and behind enemy lines, doing his thing, and you'd be like, you wouldn't even recognize him, right? He'd be like in a ghillie suit, the whole thing where he'd be unrecognizable. And they have the usual thing where they do before the credits, where they have an action scene, and you wouldn't know if he was a bad guy or a good guy, and then eventually there'd be like, it'd be the reveal that once he got off mission, he shave and you'd realize, oh shit, he's putting a suit on, he's going down to have a cocktail, he's Bond. Yeah, because when they do a transition to a new Bond, they have to really set up like, this is the guy.
It's gonna be very action oriented. It's like Daniel Craig was way more action oriented than the other James Bond, and I really like that.
It might be a bit more light-hearted. I'm not saying fully back the way it was under Roger Moore, but not so dour and grim as it was under Daniel Craig. That's the feeling that's going around. I hear a bit about this, but that's me done talking about it.
I got some juicy movie news for all of you guys. You're gonna fucking love this shit. It has to do with Wolverine and Deadpool. Juicy fucking news. And it's not even like on our topics. I just, like, you were talking about the movie.
Is this something to do with She-Hulk?
Yup. Did you see it?
Well, is it Tatiana Maslany's had a spat?
Well, yeah, come to find out, and this is no brainer. Ryan Reynolds does not want anything messing up a comic book movie he's involved in ever again after Green Lantern.
Yeah.
He respects the comic book characters. I respect him. A lot of fans respect him and how he's treated Deadpool after what happened with Green Lantern. He will never let someone from the outside fuck up a character he's working hard to develop just because they want to meet a quota for how many females can be on screen or how many people of color can be on screen. If it is true that Ryan Reynolds had a hand and Tatiana's demise not being on and incorporated in the Deadpool Wolverine movie, if it is also true that Brie Larson is no longer involved in the movie because of Ryan Reynolds, I say awesome job. Awesome job. Their movies and shows sucked ass. Don't need those movies and shows messing with the progress of this great movie. Like, this movie is going to do great numbers. Why you need the She-Hulk and Captain Marvel, which, again, the show sucked ass. And they, bro, don't get me started about the show. How they kept stringing us along because Daredevil was going to be in there. And then they squandered that possibility of him being in there with a romantic thing, which, again, I think in some capabilities was in, it was in the comic books. But the way they executed it, and then every episode that didn't actually have Daredevil, and it was just like filler to make you wait until Daredevil was in that one episode. It was horrible. And I watched the whole damn series, the whole season, because I was just waiting for Daredevil. And even after he showed, I kept watching it because I was like, oh, okay, maybe he'll be in there again. And he wasn't there again. And the way they wrapped up the season sucked. The Megan Thee Stallion thing in there was just uncalled for. As much as I love how beautiful Megan Thee Stallion is, I feel like she was absolutely pointless to put in there. Don't get me started with Captain Marvel. I didn't even see the movie. It was that bad.
What, the Marvels?
Yeah.
Oh, it's quite good. It was a lot better than some of them have been.
To each their own.
MCU movies.
But if She-Hulk and Captain Marvel don't fit in a Deadpool and Wolverine movie, why is she mad? Oh, okay, I know why she's mad, because she had it planned out that for 10 years she will be incorporated into all the movies. But that was her plan. Was that written in stone?
I don't know if it was in her contract.
I don't think that was in her contract. Yeah, she's gonna be in the universe for 10 years, but did she have to be in everything?
I don't think that. No, I don't think so.
Why would She-Hulk be in Deadpool and Wolverine again?
It doesn't make sense to me. Look, this is the first I've heard of either one of them being in this Ryan Reynolds film, and I would have thought Ryan Reynolds has written the script or done it maybe with another writer. So I think he was largely involved in the development of the first one, and it took him something like 10 years to get it made. Is that right?
Yep.
That ring a bell? So the thing is that it's his show. He's the producer. He's not just an actor.
Exactly.
So
exactly, and she can do what she wants to do. But I'm gonna be honest right here, the court of public opinion does not fuck with her.
Yeah, but right now, right?
The fans don't fuck with her either.
They are lucky to have even him.
Yeah, because he's high profile now.
Have comprehensively killed off all of their star actors. Robert Downey Jr. dead, right? Captain America, the original one, dead.
Yeah.
So like, what are you gonna do? I mean, maybe don't do that if you want to actually have a cinematic universe. So when you've got Deadpool and that's a success, and it really breaks the mold, because it's R-rated sort of thing, isn't it? And it's sort of the thing that's why it wasn't getting made, and that's why he had such a lot of difficulty doing it, because it wasn't really Disney.
He was born for
somehow managed
Deadpool
to
and
get it made,
and the
and it's a
fact
real
that he's
success,
really a Canadian.
despite the fact it isn't, for everyone. It's not like whole families can go to see it. So it's punching above its weight because it's drawing in a big audience,
and it's a lot. It's a lot riding. It's a lot riding on this game. So
I think that it was never. I don't know this either way. Right, this is complete speculation, but I think there was never a point in the screenplay of Deadpool 3 that either these female characters, were in it. And what's happened is someone's cooked up a story about this, and the Marvel's film didn't do very well, and her character in Captain Marvel wasn't popular, and it's finally got to the point where Disney is saying we can't afford to keep paying Brie Larson, whatever it is, $20 million a movie. I expect she gets paid a lot to be in those films, right?
Brie Larson, yeah,
she's an Oscar-winning actress, and she could do than being crap, right?
I mean, I'm not gonna say she doesn't get paid a lot, but and I know she is an award-winning actress, but I don't feel like she has the value anymore that she should as an award-winning actress that has also been in the highlight parts of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, before it went all to shit. So, simple question. What other movies has she been in lately? Besides, like, the Marvel ones. Brie Larson. Specifically.
Can't remember. Honestly, I draw a complete blank.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
I'm just, that's the point. Before Marvel, she really did have a great fucking resume. She was in some good movies, and she was amazing as a love interest in a good amount of movies that I've seen her in.
I mean, she was in Scott Pilgrim Saves the World, wasn't she?
Uh-huh.
You remember? She sang a song in that, and she was Scott Pilgrim's ex-girlfriend. What was her name? Envy Adams, I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you've never seen Orphan Black, you'll never know how good an actress Tatiana Maslany is. She plays about 8 people in that because she's cloned.
The thing about her is I don't think she's a bad actress. I just think that she jumped on a train that she should not have jumped on, and
but it's like one of the best performances of any actor ever. Right? Now, if you go and take these people, like Brie Larson was in Room and got an Academy Award, Best Actress, right? And you go and give them the worst written character ever, someone who is obnoxious, right? Like, is basically she's Superman, but she's a jerk. That's her character. Who wants to watch that? So
yeah, I know.
Yeah, she's saddled with that, and it's the same situation as Daisy Ridley. Daisy Ridley is a good actress, and
the Star Wars chick, yeah,
fuzzy end of the lollipop with the Star Wars films. And I've seen her in some other stuff since.
Let me ask you a question: do you think that they would rather say no to the roles, or they're like, okay, I know this is gonna fuck up my career going forward, I'm gonna say yes because of the money and the opportunity?
Well, she's gonna do Star Wars 10.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's why I'm asking you. Do you think that
a big number on it?
Yeah,
I think.
I that's why I'm asking you. I'm saying, like, do you think that when they get these roles and they know that the wokeness in some of these roles could really fuck them over, do you think that it's like something that they'd be like, hey, I want to maybe not want to fuck up my career? Now, let me interject real. I'm watching a content creator. I don't know if she has an OF. I would assume she has an OF, but maybe she doesn't. She's very top heavy. Trying to be very respectful here. Very beautiful. And she's not normally the type that you would see play Helldivers. Now, this is what I want everybody to understand, is that when we talk about Helldivers, right?
Okay, yes.
We're talking about a game that is now officially mainstream. So, when you have someone like that, and now she's playing it a month after it came out, because that's how big it is, right? Like, after a month after it came out, people still talking about it, people still covering it. And she's not normally the one that you would see play a game like Helldivers. I haven't seen like the most females, but I've seen a lot of females play Helldivers, but I haven't seen the most, right? Like the most is probably like Call of Duty, Sims, you know, like other type games like that, even Apex and stuff like that. But I'm seeing a lot of females play Helldivers, right? Now, Helldivers doesn't have a lot of bright colors or anything, pinks, purples, any of that stuff. If they were able to add that stuff, I think it would get more females in there, but it is a co-op game that you can play with your group. I think it's pretty dope. So when let me go give a shout out to the person that had hit me up with this. Somebody had hit me up. 85 proof. You hit me up in a model section for our Discord, and you had let me know that she was playing Helldivers. And I normally very respectful. I was like, okay, well, she's very beautiful. I see what's going on there. But for her to say, I want to play Helldivers, is crazy. The fact that she's playing it with the PlayStation 5 instead of PC is also crazy, because most content creators have opted to play the game on PC.
Is this safe to have on stream?
I believe it should be. I've seen worse even on YouTube, so we're good.
Okay. Because I didn't want her to start.
But this is on Twitch, so if it's good for Twitch, it should be good for YouTube.
Oh, they've kind of tightened up recently, haven't they?
Yeah. So if this is good for Twitch, it's good for YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. As long as they're not coming out of the shirt, I'm guessing we're good.
Yeah.
So long story short, I think it was fucking awesome. It looks like I got a gifted 5 Hunter memberships to viewers. Okay, Zero Kill 3D became a member. All these people became a member. Thank you, JRoll49. Let me go finish this video. Let's go see who became a member. C Fresh 2180, Silas Dixon, Zero Skilled 3D, Epicelian Eagle, Babbling Idiots. Why YouTube full of lies for subs? Well, you're getting down to the people that watch me that don't never talk. So, hey, if you guys stay here, you can become members, whether you want to or not. So, big shout out to JRow49. Everybody else that's like really mess with the channel, they're already members. So now YouTube is just gonna randomly give it out to the nearest subscriber or viewer that doesn't have a membership to this channel. So some people might get exposed. I'm not purposely trying to do this. You have to talk to the rest of the chat to keep giving gifted memberships, but a lot of you guys, I don't know. But now we do. So at least we know who people, who's always watching. The people that are members, you can talk in the chat. If you've been subscribed for over 2 weeks, you can talk in the chat. We put a 2-week subscription requirement on this channel because we had a troll and we wanted to make his life a little difficult. So, what the fuck? Yeah, the question is, am I allowed to do this? But Twitter allows you to do this. Now, so I'm gonna watch this content later because I'm always interested in everybody's first playthrough of Helldivers. Now I don't know if she like is. Somebody said she was a part of a group or something. I don't really know any. This is my first time knowing who she is. She played a lot of older games, Mario Party, Left 4 Dead 2, Boo Men. So I don't know most of those games. Some of them I would assume they are on PC. But long story short, very interesting. I will say that's one of her highest viewed videos in the last 16 days. So that's pretty interesting. She doesn't like stream all the time. But in the last 16 days, Mighty Man 1256 is subscribed. Thank you for subscribing, man. Yeah. So she doesn't play a lot of games, and she's in the last 16 days she's not playing a lot of new ones either, or streaming them on Twitch. So Helldivers getting 5.6 thousand views in 19 hours versus all her other videos getting much far underneath of those views is pretty fucking crazy. Again, Helldivers has been out for over a month now. Next month it'll be 2 months old. Pretty awesome. I mean, just where you see people play Helldivers, like the fact that you have. I don't know if she's like a model or let me see what her about me says. It's a slow process, but we're gonna get there. I don't really know all about her, so I'm gonna just go look up her Instagram. Maybe I can figure out what other content she does, or maybe she's just a gamer. I don't want to assume anything. Okay, 1 second, guys. Let me just search her up. I do assume a lot, and then I'm pretty much right on that. Uncompetitive, you're still here. What's your thoughts on that VR stuff? I don't know if I even trust that VR information. I'm still waiting for Sony to confirm or deny.
I don't know what that is.
The VR.
I was still gonna wait to answer the Daisy Ridley question. Because you were saying something about, her career and, doing these films, these Star Wars.
Oh, no, not just her. I'm talking about any females doing these types of films.
I think my take is that she knows her career's been damaged by doing the sequels, right? Then they come along and they offer her another one, which probably isn't going to be any good either. And she's just thinking, well, it's a paycheck, and it's quite a big paycheck because I don't want to do it because I was only contracted for 3, right?
Yeah.
So you negotiate for a low amount of money when you're an unknown for 3, and they've got you on a low rate. And then when they want you back, it costs them a lot, right? So she could be getting 30 million for this, right? Because she could have been saying, I don't want to do it. And they haven't got anyone else to be in it, right? That's the thing. If they want a direct sequel to the other ones, they haven't got Harrison Ford because he won't be in it for any amount of money, right? And he's had his character killed off.
Okay, yeah, she does.
It's just like, what do you do? So it's like, you haven't got Carrie Fisher, you haven't got Mark Hamill. It's like, okay. And, Oscar Isaac said he wouldn't do it again. And John Boyega got pissed off about the poster when it was shown in China. He was smaller than BB-8. So he's upset and doesn't want to do it. So if they're going to make something, they've got to have somebody who's recognizable. Adam Driver can't be in it. His character's dead, right? And it's the same problem with the MCU, right? They keep killing off all of their actors. They have no foresight. So they've only, done this themselves. And Daisy Ridley is the only one left. And if they want to make another Star Wars film that's a successor, a sequel, then they're going to have to tap a manager on the shoulder and says, how much is it going to cost us? And if the manager's any good, he'll say quite a lot, and negotiate a good deal for her. Now, she won't want to do it, and the manager will say, "Yeah, but the thing is, your career is basically over now, and this will allow you to step out of acting and retire in a nice house and raise a family, because she's probably ready to do that now." Yeah, and then she could come back to acting when she's like 40 and do some theatre, and that's probably what she'll do. We won't see from her ever again, probably, unless we go to the West End or Broadway or something. I think she tap dances. I think she could probably be in a musical. She could probably do all sorts of things.
Yeah.
Right? Her middle name is Jazz.
But
Did you know that?
she probably made so much money from all the other Star Wars movies. Like she's
made money, but
she can just sit home and
like ridiculous.
You know what I'm saying?
She can, and I think this one she's going to make the ridiculous amounts of money. Which is all well and good, I think. I mean, because I think.
I was talking about in general for most actresses, knowing that like there's going to be a lot of virtue signaling in any movie that any of them are in. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, there's going to be messages in there. Are you cool with, whether people like you or not? Like, that's what you're going to be a part of. Some of the fans that may have liked you as an actress on different movies may not be much of a fan of you just as an actress because you're associated with certain films. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying 100% that being in certain movies can doom you as an actress and kind of hurt you. You're still making money, and if you don't care what fans and people like that say, then that's cool. Then you just don't care. But I feel like enough people care that you know what I'm saying? Enough people care that maybe like I'll have to step away from doing this, or I can't do this again because like if you the chick that plays She-Hulk, I still don't know her name because I'm not
Tatiana Maslany.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of her movies at all. I think the only time I saw her was in She-Hulk. I didn't watch.
I don't know that she's done movies.
She's only done she's done shows or stuff.
I'm not sure if I've seen her in any movies. I know her from Orphan Black, which is a TV series, which is incredible.
Okay.
Right, that's really interesting and exciting because she plays about 8 different people.
Okay.
They're all different. And you're just thinking, how is this even possible that an actor can be this good?
By the way, just to cut in, I checked out the young lady's, the woman's Instagram, and it definitely had OF and other super mature content, obviously. So, it is what it is, but it's still... Helldivers going mainstream to going people playing a game that you would never think even play a game like this if you were listening to Xbox fans. Because goddamn, the way they said this game was going to drop off and just not be popular and everything was crazy. We got a lot of stuff. Again, going back to what Uncompetitor was saying about the Wolverine shit. If you check the original introduction to Wolverine, and it makes no sense. Why would she want to be in Wolverine's first MCU introduction when, again, just if you're going to look at the source material, the only person that should be greeting him, if we're being 100% honest, is Hulk, not She-Hulk. She-Hulk didn't exist.
I don't even believe this story can be real. What you have to be careful.
What is going on is she is pissed, and she is pissed, and if you know enough about her, could you give us some insight on why she's pissed or why she may be looking to sue anyone? Because that part is real. That she's
I'm
pissed.
at a disadvantage. What's the story? Has she been told that she was going to be in it, and now she's been told she can't be in it?
I think that's what it was. He was told she was going to be in it. I think she may have even did some mocap or something Brie Larson also, and then I guess her part got scrapped. We know they're doing reshoots.
Oh.
Yeah, we know that they are doing reshoots. And a lot of people say that the reshoots could have been because of when the Hollywood got shut down, but then looking at this shit going on, it's like, I don't think Ryan wants to be associated with that part of the MCU for good reason. It may not even be just her. It may be just like what she's a part of, and that like, how can he make jokes about the LGBT community? That's a setup. Cause she's in it, and there's gonna be jokes like, Ryan doesn't give a fuck. Ryan does not care. What do you think if she's in it and he's making those jokes? What do you think's gonna happen? Okay, he's insensitive. She could say so many more things. I think she was gonna be pissed off either way.
What if she was told she was in it, and then it turned out she was only in it because there's a scene where Wade Wilson kills her?
Well, we'll never know.
Because if she's not actually
that would be funny. That would be funny.
If she's not the Hulk,
then she doesn't need to be in it.
Would it work? Could you actually be killed? Or in being shot, do you turn into the Hulk?
I don't know, but I don't see why she would need to be in this. The only person I would ever want to see in this movie is Hulk, or have him mentioned, or have a flashback, a CGI version of Hulk fighting Wolverine. This is also what I want for the Wolverine video game. The first appearance of Wolverine, it was inside the Incredible Hulk. So why would she want to even be in a movie with Wolverine when if she looks at any of the source material, she would know that he didn't meet her. Look, I'm just being honest. She-Hulk didn't even exist when Wolverine was created. Makes no sense.
No, she was like 1980s or something, wasn't she?
Yeah. Doesn't make sense. I don't know what she's mad about.
Look, I think we need to wait a day or two to see how this shakes out and get a bit more information on it. And I think the other thing is there'll be a lot of these kind of somewhat right-wing media channels that will be running with this and saying all manner of stuff that is completely unfounded and unevidenced.
Mm-hmm.
And we should be cautious about talking about what they're saying, because they will make hay out of the whole thing just because, they run their channels off super chats. So geeks and gamers will make a whole lot of content about it. It'll be like 3 videos a day. And then there'll be Overlord DVD, and there'll be Endymion and Kyle, and there'll be so many. I could think of like 5 more who will be covering this and making out stuff that we don't know that's true.
Well, like I said, she is pissed, and she is doing something legal, something like as far as suing.
Yeah.
And it does seem to be in relation to this movie. And from what we know, it is targeted at Ryan Reynolds and one other person associated with this movie. So it's definitely about this movie. So she was definitely cut, because we know she was cut because I watched the video and it was not no bullshit. You know me. Yeah. I'll make sure I check my shit before I even talk this stuff.
I was going to look at it.
When I looked at this one video, and it wasn't the normal suspects. It was another dude inside that realm, but he's credible. So I watched the video.
I'm myself now because I'm unprepared for the podcast. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. So when I watched the video, and I was listening to it for quite a bit, and it's like, this shit seems like she was gonna be in it. Brie Larson was gonna be in it. They were gonna try to merge the MCU into this movie, because those were the 2 newest ones. It kind of makes sense if you think about it. She-Hulk just came out not too long ago. Marvels came out not too long ago. You kind of make sure it's associated with Deadpool, which is hot. Maybe people want to go watch Marvels and She-Hulk again because Deadpool is out, and it's somewhat of a cross promotion that didn't need to happen. And Ryan Reynolds looked at it like, this doesn't even make sense.
Oh, it doesn't make sense.
We don't want.
I mean,
we
what
don't
could
need
make
them
sense
here. We
is
need to get
if-
rid of this part. And Ryan Reynolds has a lot of power because without him, you don't have money coming in from the movie theaters this year. Literally, you have nothing. You have nothing except for Deadpool and Wolverine making you money this year in the movies. So if he says they go, they gotta go.
But what was the film? Was it Deadpool 2 where
Fred Vince was
goes and kills himself? Like he goes back in time and he shoots himself so he can't be in Green Lantern. What film's that? There's a Ryan Reynolds film where he stops himself from becoming Green Lantern by shooting his younger self.
That was Ryan Reynolds, and that was in Deadpool 2. He went back in time.
Okay,
yeah.
So I am remembering it, right? So
no, I mean, but this is real. This is something that is actually happening, where the She-Hulk actress is attacking, is furious reaction to Ryan Reynolds after the Deadpool 3. Like, this is real. This ain't no fake made up story. This shit is real.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I might,
but it is definitely associated with her not being a part of the movie anymore.
Well, obviously. It might be that they were gonna have Disney were like having an idea of plans of making her. Like they've only got so many still living characters, and they're thinking, well, let's put some of them in it as well, some of the females in it, even though it makes no sense. And then Ryan Reynolds got wind of this and didn't like it, but they said, well, we've already got them on contract, right? So we can't back out of it. And he says, well, they can be in it, but there's be one scene and I'll shoot them or something. You know, I'll shoot She-Hulk while she's not the Hulk. And that will be a gag. So everyone's
I'm going to play this audio. I'm going to play this audio.
What they can do with Captain Marvel, because you can't kill her by shooting her. She's too powerful.
Exactly. So I want you to listen to this. And then I'm gonna, like, you believe it or not, but I just want you to listen. I just want you to listen. It's a very short. Yeah, it's a very short video. It's like a minute. It's a minute long, but I'm probably gonna cut it off at 30. But just listen to this.
Hey everyone, it's Prosper King, and today we're diving into the ongoing drama surrounding Deadpool 3, particularly the She-Hulk actress who was fired and had all her She-Hulk cameos removed from the final act of Deadpool 3. Tatiana has reportedly warned Ryan Reynolds that she's ready to reveal the behind-the-scenes drama of Deadpool 3, including the arguments and negotiations that took place after she was removed from the film. The decision to fire Tatiana was left to Reynolds by Disney, creating a divide between the two actors. Now Tatiana is demanding her roles be reinstated, or she's prepared to go public with her grievances. Tatiana Maslany's previous statements attacking fans and expressing views on the future of Marvel characters, coupled with her current struggles, add to the ongoing narrative. The industry dynamics often involve negotiations, disagreements, and compromises, and Tatiana's situation is just one example. But what do you think? Do you believe Tatiana Maslany should have her roles reinstated? Share your opinions in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. You guys know the drill. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe on this video too, since you guys do that shit everywhere else. Thoughts? I mean, it's very straightforward, simple. It's no additional bullshit people are adding.
Legally, she was under contract, so she definitely deserves to be paid.
I don't think she wasn't paid. That's not what he said. She wants her roles reinstated because she still wants the limelight. She wants to be associated with Marvel. And it's not to say that she won't be a part of other projects, just not Deadpool. And if Disney gave Ryan Reynolds enough power to fire her, then there's nothing she can do. Like she said, like the dude said, she's going to go public about the drama leading up to her being fired and why she's not going to be a part of it. And it's definitely about Ryan Reynolds don't need all that woke shit. And as you've seen, the less something is woke, the more people will actually support it. Hogwarts Legacy, Helldivers 2, multiple other movies, like, people kind of moved away from that. I think this may do really well for Wolverine and Deadpool. Yeah, the people that are offended by Ryan Reynolds not taking her seriously or whatever, guess what? Doesn't matter. They're going to probably go buy 2 tickets. I know how this shit goes. We all know how this shit goes. Look at Helldivers. Look at Hogwarts Legacy. Shit. I guarantee you, look at Stellar Blade. People are tired of the normal shit that people were trying to push on us to make it seem normal. They're tired of that. They want to enjoy entertainment the way they want to enjoy entertainment. And again, they were saying that the guy was saying her scenes were in the final act, which means they could have been at the very end of the movie, or they could have been after credits. But whatever it was, Ryan was like, nah, this is not going to work for us. And it wasn't just her. It was Brie Larson. But Brie Larson, she knows how Hollywood is. She's not doing what Tatiana is doing. And I think Tatiana, again, she's definitely pissed off about how fans reacted to She-Hulk in general. And how it was one of the lowest rated MCU shows out there. She's very pissed off at the fans, but you can't attack a fan favorite actor and think the fans will be on your side. That's fucking stupid. I'm being honest. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
So if she tries to say, Ryan, I'm gonna snitch on you because you fired me and the fans got my back, even though I gave the fans the middle finger and told them they're fucking stupid. I mean, I would love to see how that goes.
No, that won't work.
I think she should keep her mouth shut because
I feel that there's a lot more to this. This feels like the tip of a big iceberg. So my guess is that Ryan Reynolds was misled into... This is a big extrapolation, right? But this is the way my mind goes. Ryan Reynolds was misled into thinking he was a producer, and although he's not the director, he must have thought that it would all be, basically his script, and, he would be calling the shots, basically, and it would be his baby, right? Much as the first one was. And Disney, because it's still got a load of people who are pushing representation and want, strong female roles and things, and want to make use of their other characters that they have set up that they still have. And there aren't that many left. Let's be realistic. How many have they got left? They have got Captain Marvel. They have got She-Hulk. Who else? Not many other characters, right? So they're thinking, oh, well, we could bring them in some way as cameos. It's a stupid idea. And I very much doubt it was Ryan Reynolds' idea to do that. So I think that behind his back, without his permission or consent, they went and set all that up and then tried to make it a fait accompli. They were like saying, here they are, they're going to be in it. But don't worry, they'll only be cameos at the end of the movie. And they then were even doing mocap with the actresses, having hired them and doing the usual thing, having them up on a rig, swinging them off the ceiling because they're like flying or something, doing all of that. And he doesn't want to even use the footage. He probably doesn't want their names associated with the project because they're toxic and people are going to think, oh, this film's going to be woke. So even
exactly.
If it is,
that's it.
He has written it so that, okay, you can have Tatiana in it if I get to kill her, right? And that'll be the gag.
I can see him doing it. Yeah,
he might then have second thoughts about that and think, oh, that means that everyone's going to be running this story that She-Hulk's also going to be in the movie, and everyone's going to not want to go see it now because She-Hulk was an unmitigated disaster.
One second.
One of the most recent updates to the production, Disney provided Ryan the liberty to fire and lay off She-Hulk actress Tatiana Maslany from appearing in the form of a cameo in the third act of the film, as well for a brief snippet in the second act of the movie, where it begins to meddle with the multiverse. The drama, as it turns out, was also worse than previously thought. Tatiana was causing trouble for the third Deadpool film, and had issues with Disney's decision to cut out the appearance of Captain Marvel, played by Brie Larson, along with another Captain Marvel from the multiverse that was supposed to appear alongside Brie's version that has never been seen before yet, that would communicate with She-Hulk within the third act before the new female-focused X-Men characters would show up. Now, Tatiana Maslany was demanding Disney, even after agreeing to a specific deal for the film, that she wanted a doubled payout for her 2 big cameos in the third Deadpool film, as 2, of course, were very important to her as She-Hulk, one of which involved Wade Wilson seeking a lawyer for some kind of trouble that he gets into in his personal life within the third act that leads to the scene where she eventually begins yelling at Wade Wilson. Another sequence involved She-Hulk getting mixed in with her appearance with the new X-Men characters that would tease for what's to come in Marvel Phase 7 by Kevin Feige. Tatiana created so much drama with the Disney heads about her appearance in the film before the cameos were even shot that even Ryan wanted her out as soon as possible. Tatiana's ultimatum was that she wanted Brie's cameos to be reinstated, since she is heavily defending her acting career after Brie was removed from several Marvel projects after the Marvel's box office disaster. Eventually, both Ryan and the Disney heads agreed on firing Maslany after much trouble. However, Disney gave Ryan the go-ahead to make his own decision and call on that action if necessary, which he did. As it turns out, She-Hulk is now being replaced with a special cameo from the SSU, aka the Sony Spider-Man universe, that is planned to do last-minute filming by the end of this month, even if main principal photography wraps up by then. This will be considered a pickup shot, as they plan to film this in just a matter of a few days to complete at most. Even writers Rhett Reese and Paul Wernick, who were initially forced by Disney to write Maslany's scenes in there, were all in all, of course, support of Ryan for firing the She-Hulk actress from the film entirely. Now, guys, let me just pause here quick before I get to the big conclusion about what's really going on here. Now,
So this, when do you think that video was made that you're listening to?
Well,
Do you think it's new?
Yesterday?
January 11th.
Really?
This shit's been out there. So everything you were saying, I respect everything you were saying.
That the writers being forced to put that in.
That's what she wanted. She was forcing the writers to put Brie Larson back in after they took her out because her movie wasn't popular. Like you said.
That's not the power dynamic. It is the studio that goes along with her, probably because of her contract.
No, but they didn't. That's what I'm saying. That's what if you listen to the video, it says that the studio didn't go along with her. And they were having so much problems with her.
Writers to give her this to put her in there, right? Mm-hmm. And they didn't want to have her in there at all. So that makes it seem as if that's how that's going, right? And then eventually the whole thing shakes out with her saying she's causing so much trouble, let's get rid of her completely. Where they would have to pay her.
Oh, I don't think they didn't.
Right?
I don't think they didn't pay her.
The thing is, it's like they're going to try and make the best of a bad deal, aren't they? As they're employing her, and they're going to have to pay her whether she's in the movie or not. So they might as well have her in there somewhere. That's why those scenes are being written. They're trying to minimize the damage, and then they're thinking,
well, yeah. I mean, did you listen to the last part that her part has been replaced by somebody from the Spider-Man universe, which probably would be Deadpool. Daredevil. If Deadpool needs a lawyer, and it was written that She-Hulk was going to be the lawyer, and they fired She-Hulk actress, then the next person would probably be very awesome. Would put fucking Daredevil in there.
That's quite interesting, yeah.
I think that Daredevil is so much more of a fan favorite that him being in that shot instead of her, people will be like, "Oh my god, I gotta go see it now." But this was January. This was January 11th. This video was made 2 months ago.
Okay, that makes sense.
So we're getting an echo of information that was already known, but she's still making a big deal about it. So obviously, I think she's gonna try to leak shit out, but it's not gonna make her look any better, and nobody's gonna care.
Well, she's gonna ruin her career by doing this.
I mean, she's up here trying to force Disney to put Brie Larson back into the Deadpool movie, which they writ her out. And the reason they writ her out is because her last movie sucked so bad that they believe it would be a stain on Deadpool to have her in. The fact is, she should have been happy that She-Hulk was even in there. She should have been like, okay, I agree with this. I'm happy to have this opportunity. I'm going to do what I need to do and be professional. But she was like, no, I'm demanding, bring her back in there. Put Brie Larson back in there. Blah, 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 blah. And it, like they said, it became too much of a fucking headache, so they had to let her go. I respect their choice.
It's female solidarity, that, which is somewhat honorable, I think.
Yeah, it is honorable. If you want the entire MCU to continue to lose money.
But it is kind of stupid when you think about it, because you've got someone that you're sticking up for, and they are an Oscar-winning actress who could get any job they wanted.
Then go get another job.
I know Brie Larson's career is not going to be flatlined by what's happened here, and the one I
don't disagree. Right? I don't disagree. But remember how I asked you, can you name a movie she's been in besides any of the MCU movies?
I looked it up to know. So
no, I mean, but like, just she's been on a billboard for a new movie project coming out in the last 5-7 years. Like, you know, like, I'm not saying she doesn't have value or had value, but she's lost a lot of money for Disney, and Disney is officially basically blackballing her or blacklisting her in Disney movies now because she just can't make money.
Yeah,
it's too hard for Disney to make money off her. And I don't think she's horrible as a person or anything, but I just think that fans never forget. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You say some stupid shit in an interview, we're never gonna forget.
Well, she's Invincible.
Yeah, the She-Hulk actress.
She's in Invincible.
Oh, she's in Invincible?
Does a voice, yeah. And
oh, okay. And she's in Invincible. Okay, cool.
BoJack Horseman, Parks and Recreation. But as to films, not really that much.
Not many films. I mean, she's still an award-winning actress.
Nothing I can sort of say, oh, I've seen that, which is why it was like drawing a blank, you know. No, I haven't seen these films. Sorry.
I think Tatiana just really needs to chill out.
Well, part of it could be that she's a more emotional type of person, and that can make you a very good actress, right? Or actor, is to have that, just below the surface.
Mm-hmm.
The way she is in that role, in multiple roles in Orphan Black, it's some of the best acting I've ever seen anyone do. And I'm just thinking, wow, you are so talented that you can do all of these different characters. So it'll be a shame if we lose her.
The chat is roasting both of them. And I like Brie Larson more than I like Tatiana.
I think, what's been happening with Brie Larson, right? We just switched to her a second. Is that she's had these roles under like Captain Marvel where she's playing someone who's basically a plank, right? And also a jerk if she's not a plank. And she's slightly warmer in the Marvels. Smiles a bit kinder, a bit more, self-deprecating to a little bit of an extent. So you're thinking, oh, okay, they've obviously realized they need to change her characterization a little bit, but they can't, change her so radically. You're thinking, oh, they've just rewritten her character completely. Because if you do that, then people think there's no continuity between the characters. It's too noticeable, right? So there's only so much you could do between a movie and its sequel in changing the characterization.
All I'm going to say is we have the facts, right? The last video we listened to was from January 11th, 2 months ago. So there's no guesswork. We don't need to do that. She was fired. It's real. It happened. And it was like 2 months ago. I understand why she's upset, but it doesn't seem like she's suing because she didn't get paid. She got paid. They're just like, we're going to cut your parts. You're not valuable.
Yeah.
And you're not going to make this movie valuable. And we need this movie to be valuable. And if you're in it, it won't be valuable. And I'm not sure they told her that. But she doesn't like us. She doesn't like us, the fans. And the fans will tell her that. We don't want to go see Deadpool if you're in it. Huh?
There was a way to finesse this more diplomatically.
Because remember, if she was in the movie, she potentially probably would have been on a press tour. Now think about how bad that would have been.
Yeah, but look, it's not her fault until we get to the part of her reaction, right?
Yeah, of course,
right?
Of course, it's not her fault. But
up until the point in which
demanding Deadpool lose money by putting an actress that didn't make Disney money, that is her fault. You kept demanding Disney put Brie Larson back in a movie that they made the decision. Ryan didn't even make that decision.
Right, she didn't hire Brie Larson, they did.
Yes, and she kept complaining about...
They did. She didn't hire herself, they did.
Yes.
Right? If they fire Brie Larson and she's upset about it, then that's contributing to the problem. So you could say she's to blame for that. And then if she gets fired for cutting up rough about Brie Larson being fired, then again, that's her fault, isn't it? Right? So she brought that on herself. But none of that would have happened if Disney had known not to do this, which was probably acting against Ryan Reynolds' wishes in the first place. If they'd left Ryan Reynolds in full control of Deadpool 3, neither of these would even have had a phone call.
Nope. Damn right. They would have never got the phone call. You would have never had to worry about this shit. Now, he doesn't have to worry about this shit because both of them are no longer attached to the movie. Even to the point that their roles have, their scenes have been cut and replaced.
Yeah.
So, I think the movie is saved. I trust Ryan Reynolds. And I trust his passion that he has for comic book movies. And I know that he has learned and grown after what happened with Green Lantern. And he will never allow something like that to fuck up his reputation ever again. That the company says, well, you have to put this in there, and you have to say this, and you have to say it like this. And if you know the fans don't want that, why would you allow it in your movie if you have the power to push back? And he has the power now. And he does not have to allow anybody else to say, we're going to put this in the movie, even though you know, as a veteran actor, that it would fucking be the death of the movie. I respect him in his judgment. And I respect Disney for seemingly understanding that the strategy they've been using is not a money-making strategy anymore. And I think they're starting to see the light.
I just have... It's a very odd thought. I shouldn't probably say it. But I wonder whether...
Is it going to get me banned?
Is it actually going to be that we're all being tricked? And they made this mistake and they realized they want to backpedal, right? Because they're now under new management. Bob Iger's come back. Although he initially started all of this woke stuff, he's now come back in. He sees that everything's going badly financially. The share price is down. And he's now saying, we've got to stop it all. Even the projects that are already in the works, that's got it baked into it, we're probably going to revise it. So we might see Inside Out 2 make it so that the lesbian romance that they're going to have with a 13-year-old girl is no longer in the story. And they're having to spend more money reanimating that, right? Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be surprised if when it comes out, it's just like they're friends and she's got a crush on her like a schoolgirl crush. That it's not actually lesbianism, right? Which I think would be okay, right? So, because if you really look at the trailer, it's like, well, it could be lesbianism, but it's not clear cut that it is. So we'll see, right?
You're gonna have to talk to the American parents that have, in so many cases, stopped taking their kids to Disney movies. This has nothing to do with me or anybody else. Disney lost money on the American family. That's not where you want to lose money, because guess what? The American family made Disney popular. So you don't want to piss them off, because they will stop taking their kids, all 3 or 4 of them, to see your fucking movie. You lose money.
In the movie Strange World, right? They had a young boy who was gay.
Yep.
And that made a lot of people uneasy.
And Buzz Lightyear. And I went to go see that movie. I was so excited to see that movie. No, I didn't get to go see it. Sorry. I saw it digital. Because I was semi during the pandemic, so I ended up waiting. And I thought the animations were perfect. But that little relationship with the captain, and I don't think that needed to be in there. Because most people went to see Buzz Lightyear with their kids because that was a character they loved when they were kids. And again, your kids ended up seeing messages that you didn't probably want them to see. And you should have a choice. And they shouldn't sneak some of these messages into some of these kid-friendly TV shows and movies and stuff like that. But they do. And if you're a parent and you're in the know now, and you probably won't take them to see the new Inside Out.
Yeah.
Because,
well, I mean, if you think about the whole of America, there's some quite strongly religious areas of the country, right?
Yeah.
Who are Christian and who would actually say in the Bible homosexuality of any kind is a sin.
Is a sin.
So on. And I don't feel that way about it, but I can see that there will be, from a marketing perspective and a business perspective, you just don't do that because you want to have the biggest audience possible. That's as simple as that. It's just capitalism, and you're just saying, if there's anyone that we are going to be able to not sell this movie to because it's like, they won't go, they'll cause a fuss about it because it's got, something that they don't approve of, we better sanitize it away so it's no longer going to be an issue. But I just wondered whether they actually made it so that Tatiana Maslany is saying, like, okay, we're taking you out of this, and she was like, fine. There wasn't any kerfuffle about it at all with either actress.
Mm-hmm.
And then they wanted to make it so that there was more attention brought to the fact that the movie wasn't woke because they had purged it from being woke. So you
might be right, and even if you're not right, it doesn't matter because Ryan Reynolds gonna probably reconfirm that it's not woke either way.
Either way, but we are getting this story, and it's like this is bad news travels faster and stronger, makes more noise than good news.
Yeah, and the bad news that's out now is that Tatiana says she's gonna expose the behind the scenes bullshit, which and in turn, if Ryan and Disney have video footage of the crazy shit she said, and I'm pretty sure they do, I don't think it's in her best interest. Also, if she continues to do what she's doing, she could be like the dude that played Kong. What was the dude's name? The black dude. She could be written out of everything. I don't think she wants that. She might want to come the fuck down.
I think it's already too late for that. But I don't know what's happening.
I'm just saying, if she comes out and exposes Ryan or Disney and tries in any way, shape, or form try to harm that production, they're going to fucking definitely take her off of everything and blacklist her. And Hollywood will blacklist her.
Why I've come up with this really weird hypothesis that it's all deliberate on her part and it's all acting to us in the public and it's all fake is because it doesn't make any sense that she would do this for her career, right?
She's not thinking about her career. She's fucking hurt. She's hurt, bro.
Unless she's incredibly an emotional person and she can't regulate herself.
Yes, right?
that's
a big thing. Yeah.
And we're just finding this out now.
Well, I mean, I am finding out about it now, but the video, the last video we watched, listened to was from January 11th, and then I started looking at like this shit is old news. But she came out before because the movie's about to come out soon, and said, "Oh, she's gonna drop a big bomb and she's gonna expose Ryan Reynolds." And I mean, bro, he's America's sweetheart, even though he's not from America. Like bro, I'm gonna be honest. You're right. This could be acting, but I don't think she's acting. And I think that if Ryan Reynolds responds publicly in the way that Ryan Reynolds fucking responds, oh my God, is it going to sell ticket sales? Let Ryan Reynolds say anything about her. He's going to destroy her. Ryan Reynolds is a fucking comedy genius. He can fucking destroy you with his words, bro. Bro. I would love to see what Ryan Reynolds says about her too. Bro, that shit would be fucking hilarious. Yeah, that's gonna be fucking funny. She can't say that, oh, he's a man, he did that. He has a wife, he has multiple daughters. Like, this shit could be funny, bro.
This might be all staged.
We'll see. We'll see soon enough. If she does try to expose him, I don't think it's a stage.
But if they have done that, it's possibly the same thing as Daisy Ridley, where she's like, well, you know, the rest of my career is going to be in the theatre. That's where people go when they're done with movies. But I don't know. It seems an awful waste. If this is the end of her career in film, I'm going to be a bit upset because she's basically the best actress in the world.
In your opinion?
In my opinion, yeah.
There you go. We'll see. If she goes against Disney, Disney's gonna blacklist her and Hollywood's gonna blacklist her. So if this is real on her part, she needs to calm down. Just you know, let it be. Let it be right now. As of right now, it looks like she might still be included in other stuff. And maybe not. Maybe Disney's working on...
She's gonna have another season of She-Hulk.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. If you believe that, I can't fight you on that.
I'm saying I don't think she...
Oh, you don't think... Oh, okay. I'm about to say... No, fuck no.
I want to make that quite clear.
Fuck no. She is...
Wrap that up.
Yeah, she is... If she's not... And this is the thing. She's definitely not getting another season. Then... Let me put it this way. If you fuck with the timeline, you could go to a timeline where She-Hulk doesn't exist. That's all I'm saying. It's that fucking easy. At this point in time, she should calm down. They could write her out of the universe in just a stroke of a fucking couple sentences. They went to another dimension where She-Hulk didn't exist.
No. Look,
it's possible. DC Universe is still trying to do that with the Flash.
They don't have to do anything. She was in a series where she played the lawyer that was a TV series on Disney Plus that's never connected before with a movie. They went out of their way to write her into the movie. And then they were like, oh shit, now we're writing her out of the movie. And then they gave themselves this problem. They're idiots. There's no need for any of
I don't like that Disney did that on multiple characters where they wrote characters and that obviously didn't exist.
I think I know why this is. I think this is all part of... These films take about 4 years from the point that they have the idea, it gets greenlit, and it goes through pre-production, and they're writing the script, and then they're setting up the sets and the costumes and all of the stuff, and then they do their principal photography, and they do post-production, which is all the generating of all the computer graphics and digital compositing. Then they have the marketing thing, and then they're doing the press tour, and then it comes out, right? And it's 3 years, right? At some point in that, if you say, oh shit, we made it and it's woke, and you want to change something, what the hell are you going to do? How are you going to change it? It's going to mean more reshoots or something. Because apparently in episode 9 of Star Wars, they did reshoots. And it was going to be different. I don't know what it was going to be different, how it was originally, but they went off and said, no, we can't have it be like this, and they changed it. And it cost them quite a lot of money that they didn't really want to have to spend. And they think it would have been worse the other way. I don't really see how that's possible, seeing as how it's the worst film ever made.
And what film was that?
10.
What film?
Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker is the worst film ever made.
I feel like virtual signaling. I feel like the woke thing, the virtual signaling. I feel like it's so much more important to them than making money because they did it, right? They like, hey, let's make this person a female, let's make this person gay. And it's so, representation is so important to them that for a time they didn't care about the backlash or how much money they would lose. And it wasn't a reality check until they started to see all the money they were losing. And then now we're at this point where they're pivoting. And they're like, we gotta stop doing this. And it's like,
they weren't doing it for, virtue signaling points.
They were doing it for representation, so everybody could feel inclusive.
No,
why were they doing it?
In order to secure money, in order to make the film, because they could get the money cheaper from things like BlackRock.
Yeah. I did hear about that recently.
Jamie Dimon, who runs BlackRock, was all keen on funding businesses, buying. Well, he has $10 million under asset management. It's not all his money; it's other people's money, like pension funds and things. And then he goes off and says, I'm going to buy lots of shares of Disney, right? But he only does that because Disney are pushing diversity, equity, and inclusion and, doing representation and all of this stuff, right? So, that's the reason why we got the films that we got, is because Disney was pandering not to us, the audience, but to Jamie Dimon, one person. And he wasn't even going to see the films. He wanted them to check boxes that would then suit a certain agenda that was being pushed. And if you dig deep into it, it all goes back to UNESCO, which is a branch of the United Nations. And they're also behind it too. And I don't understand why. I really don't get.
That's the question. That's the question we all. Why are you doing it? You know how much money you're gonna lose, even though you're getting funding for it. You're getting funding for it so that you can make the movie, so you can make money off the movie. But if you get funding to make the movie and the movie doesn't make money, was it worth getting funding that way? That's the big question.
The good thing is that Jamie Dimon has stopped, and he said recently, this new financial year, I will be scaling it right back. So before it was 100% of things were going to be ESG, environmental and social governance, with this diversity, equity, inclusion thing, and then it's now 8% of the portfolio is this way. So it's almost completely gone the other way, where it's not woke anymore because it wasn't making him money.
I don't think there's a problem with having somebody like female, a lead or whatever, and this is what we all want. We want a good story, and we want you to don't you're adding stuff without actually adding all of it. You know what I'm saying? You're not going all in. You're just like, well, we need to add this and this and this, and we can see that you're adding something that doesn't even belong there. I'm just gonna say, man, they got to be careful going forward, because a lot of people, if you find out stuff is woke now, I mean, that message so many years ago, go woke, go broke, it is so true. You go woke, you're going to lose a ton of fucking money. Like lots. Studios will get closed. Companies will go under. That's what's going on now.
Well, that's what's happened with Sweet Baby Inc. And
they're gonna, anybody they had business dealings with, I feel sorry for them, even if it's like PlayStation.
The same exact thing. They were getting money for the people who were getting their games funded had to get their funding, and they were getting it from places like BlackRock. There's actually a measure which is called the Corporate Equality Index, and it measures whether or not your corporation is doing the right things. And it's run by a charity, and the charity is all to do with transgender rights. So although they do transgender rights, they are also the ones that go around and make sure everyone is super woke, right? And they will give you points, and everyone's trying the hardest to get the points. because it will mean that the more points you get, the more likely you are to have your shares bought by Jamie Dimon, and then that will mean that your stock price goes up, and you, as the boss of the company, will get a share dividend, and you're going to get a nice payout every year because the stock price, and it's nothing to do with whether the game sold well. It's just a valuation of the company in terms of how it was bought. It's not you think companies are on the basis of, oh, well, it sold this many units, it made money off this game. It's not that. It's how much is the company itself valued in terms of the stock market, because that's what matters to the person running the company, and that's what affects their remuneration package, right? And that ought to change. The way to stop all of this woke stuff is to make it so that they have performance-related pay tied to the profits of the things they sell, not the share price. Because when it's a share price, you get all of this nonsense. But if it's actually, oh, they did well for the company and they made profits for the company, let's give them a bonus. That makes total sense, but they don't do it like that. And I don't know why it is the other way around. I didn't think I'd be talking about this. It's
okay.
It's really odd.
Let's get back to the game
finance and everything.
Yeah. Let's get back to the gaming stuff. Well,
we are talking about Sweet Baby Inc. So
yeah. We gotta get back to some of the topics that we got. So
sure.
As far as that, like I said, go woke, go broke. I'm not gonna go deep into the stuff like you. It's as simple as this. If you continue to force people to look at stuff and consume things that they don't want, they will not give you money for it, and you will not make money. And when you don't make money, other people don't make money. When other people don't make money, you close down studios. When you close down studios, people lose jobs. When people lose jobs, it hurts their family. So if you don't want to hurt your family, stop doing stuff that people don't like. As simple as that. It's very simple. Or you will go under. It's simple. It may not happen right now, but it will happen.
There's a list on, by the way, there's a list on Steam, which is a curated list of all the games that Sweet Baby Inc. have done consulting on. So if you want to avoid any of their stuff, you just look at the list and go, right, I'm not buying that game.
Yeah, we checked that out. Yeah, we definitely go check that out. So I was this was one of my recent screenshots before the Hulk screenshot I sent to the Somatic Soul account. And the reason why I had the screenshot, because I was just scrolling through the YouTube app. And I was going to send you guys an update because I wasn't on a computer. And I had saw this advertisement for PlayStation 5. And it's really weird. It's like, okay, they said while supplies last, Marvel Spider-Man 2 PS5 Digital Deluxe Edition. Digital edition, sorry. And it's weird. It's like $3.99. Like, that is a good price, right? Tax season is over here in the United States. People are getting their money back. People definitely want to buy this. This is a hell of a deal. This deal is still going on. It's going to be going strong until the end of the year. Sorry, not the end of the year. Sorry, the end of the month. I just thought it was fucking awesome that I saw this being advertised on YouTube. So PlayStation is definitely out there trying to make sure people know about this. PlayStation has already won in Europe for their sales as far as the best-selling console, and Helldivers the best-selling game. Now there's some other stuff we're going to take a look at, but we're going to go to Christopher Dring. Big shout out to him from GameIndustry.biz, the only website that I really get a lot of my major sales information from, because I just can't trust most of the people on the fucking internet now. So Christopher Dring, we're going to go with his first tweet. And it says, finally, across tracked European markets, console hardware was down 14% last month. PS5 sales dipped to 2%. Switch sales fell 17%, and Xbox Series S and X sales fell 47% compared to February last year. Zoom in there a little bit. That is bad.
Yeah.
That is like for Xbox, it's more than double combined what PS5 and Nintendo Switch fell. That is bad.
But isn't that since Pentiment went to PS5?
That's since Pentiment and all the other games got announced for PS5, yes.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing. They've got no faith in the console now.
Well, they didn't have faith in the console before, but yeah, I get. Yeah.
I mean, it's like, what's the point in having one or buying one now if it has no future? Because all of the games that were potentially exclusive to Xbox are going to probably come to PS5, so you might as well get a PS5.
Mm-hmm.
So anyone that was on the fence thinking, I had an Xbox before, I might get another one, and was late to upgrading, are now probably actually new PlayStation 5 owners rather than Xbox owners. And that's why PlayStation is doing well and Xbox is doing terribly. Because there's a migration that is a swing away from Xbox and a swing to PlayStation. Does that make sense?
That is bad.
So thank you, Microsoft, for boosting PS5 sales and destroying your own console.
The question I have here, why? Like, you're killing your system by giving your games to us.
I think they want to because it probably sells at a loss.
And
I'd
it's
be
just
surprised if it is one that they have to that they make profit on. They might make a small profit on it, but I doubt that they want to keep making it. And they might want to get out of making it completely, and they want to just have it on PC and then any other platform they can get that will run it, like PS5. So they'll go third party. But they want to make it not obvious because it's like a loss of prestige for all of their efforts and their, how many $1 trillion they've got for them to lose. But everything they've tried to do, it's failed with this Xbox brand.
This is
in every way, shape, or form.
This is embarrassing.
So whatever you say, it was about this. It was having an all-in-one console, which was all about intermediating between you and your TV cable experience. Which, if you think about it, is like what we're going to do as a business is we're going to be a parasite sucking the blood out of your original experience and somehow making it so that advertisers who would ordinarily just advertise to the cable channels, we're going to be interposing between them and you, so it goes through our box, and then we'll generate metrics based off our Connect sensor spying on you all whole fucking time, and we're going to be able to sell that information back to the advertisers, telling them, hey, this is the attention that your advert got. And what it'll be is there's a thing that you can look up that's called a Nielsen box. And what used to happen with that is there were only a few families around in the United States that had this, like 100,000 families, right?
Damn.
Not like as many as there are Xboxes. And you'd have this in your home, and you'd have like a keypad, and you'd press into it how many people were in the room. And the Nielsen box was smart enough to know what channel you were watching. So you didn't actually have to program that in as well. And so it will work out, you're watching Breaking Bad, you're on this channel, and there's 4 people in the room, right? And then that will go back to the people making the TV shows, and they'd know, the audiences. And I don't know if you're able to say, like everyone had a key, and then it was like that was the age range of that person. So they knew demographic information as to like. My old mother's in the room, and then my young niece is in the room, and so we've got all ages, and they're both female, and I'm male, and they want to have all of that information somehow, probably. Yeah, and that's going to go back to them. So this is the sort of thing that Nielsen data did, and then Xbox looked at this and said we could do that, and they made the Xbox One do that.
Yeah, that was look. We got to move on, and I know you love explaining everything, and I appreciate that. But we're gonna be real simple because a lot of people are just not on that level. And simply right now is they tried to do something somebody else was doing, even with Game Pass being the Netflix of gaming. What works for others is not gonna work for Sony. Is really good in the gaming market. Just because they were good didn't mean you were gonna be good. And I think that they believe that might and money is enough to power through any obstacle, and it's not. It's not. It's what you see someone else do, you cannot always replicate. Some people have that skill. Like someone teaches me something, I can pick it up, and once I pick it up, I'm good. But not everybody can do that. People struggle, and I think Xbox, no matter how much. No matter how much, no matter how much they try to copy, I don't think it's gonna work.
Yeah, but the point the reason I said that was because technologically it needed to have HDMI pass-through for that to work. You have to have your TV signal, however it comes, go into a box, the Xbox, and then from there into your TV. But if you do that, you are pushing away every other console, because ordinarily you just have multiple sources and an AV select. And then we're like, no, what you do is you walk in the room, you say Xbox on, and it turns everything on. So simple. And it's like, it doesn't turn my PlayStation on. It doesn't turn my Switch on. What are you talking about?
I don't think
they've got like tunnel vision about their own product.
Yeah, but they added a feature no one wanted. No one wanted that.
No one was asking them to do this. If they just they could have added an SSD to their Xbox 360 and not even upgraded, and it would have been better than the Xbox One.
The Kinect thing too. They misread the room. People did not want a fucking motion control gaming device. They gave it to them, and I don't understand why they did that.
Well, I think it's subtler than that. I think they could have liked it if they had made some software support for it, and if they'd used it to do head tracking. They did it in Battlefield 4, and that had head tracking in it, and you could fly a helicopter and look around while you're in the helicopter, and it was really good. But if you go off and play Elite Dangerous and you're in a dogfight and you want to look around the cockpit, you're out of luck. And that's because Frontier Development said, can we have you free up the 11% GPU reservation that you have the Kinect and give it back to us because we want to make the graphics look nicer. And they were like, oh, right. Well, they should have said, no, you're going to have it support head tracking because it's going to make it awesome. And I'm annoyed that it didn't have that awesomeness. And they could have done it in PUBG and had free look in PUBG. And I play PUBG and I'm running across a road and I get hit by a truck. Because I'm supposed to look left and right as I cross the road, aren't I? Right? But I'm so keen to get across the road so I don't get shot. I just think I'll make a beeline across the road. Because if I go off and I look left and right when you're running, you go in a zigzag, don't you? In any FPS.
Mm-hmm.
But if you actually have head tracking, you could look left and right while going in a straight line. Things like that are things that you could have supported with Kinect and they didn't. So there is no point having it. And if you don't justify your peripheral, people are going to say, why the fuck is it there other than to spy on me? And it made the console $400. So that's ridiculous. It shouldn't have been that much money. It was more money than the PlayStation 4. So that's why they lost. It was, wasn't it? It was more money.
Yeah. Let me see. I can't tell what. Man, the color of the y'all names is so not good for when I'm reading off of the app for Streamlabs. Let me see what you said. Lucci Sky says Xbox doesn't exist outside of America. You're right. I saw somebody say that PlayStation 5 is selling 10 to what is it? Is it 10 to 1? I think it's 10 to I think he said 10. I don't believe that, but somebody said it was 10 to 1 in Europe. I don't know if that's true. Could be. It could really be after what Final Fantasy and Helldivers and Grand Blue Fantasy and Stellar Blade and Rise of Ronin is doing over the first 4 months of this year. So maybe. But this one right here, this one is what got me. And we heard something similar from Christopher Dring the last time we got a sales report from Helldivers. But this time it may happen. Now, Marvel's Spider-Man 2 sold 10 million copies. I have to say it like that or fucking Google won't fucking pay attention. Okay, got you. Okay, so let's read this off and then we're gonna read off the stuff that I just got. So Helldivers 2 was the clear standout hit this February. Compared to Sony's last big game, Spider-Man 2 sales are only tracking 5% behind. Of course, Helldivers 2 also launched on PC, whereas Spider-Man 2 didn't, and PC accounted for 56% of Helldivers 2 sales across Europe. So 56% on PC, and then what, 54% on PlayStation? Not bad. That's pretty much half and half, like what the CEO was saying. The CEO of Arrowhead Studios, the developer of Helldivers 2, said that the sales were pretty much half and half. This is half and half. This isn't lopsided like what we normally see when it comes to a game launching on PlayStation and it also launching on Xbox at the same time in Europe, where it's lopsided and PlayStation has 70%. And then Xbox has the remainder, or in some cases, PlayStation has 80-something% combined with the PS4 version. And then Xbox has like 20% or like 18%. It's not that way. It's pretty much half and half. A lot of people are finding it a little bit easier just to download that shit and play it on fucking PC if they don't have a PlayStation 5. But again, this is PlayStation's problem. They need to understand that going forward, gaps like this could get worse, and you're not making money off of PC, right? You sell your game on Steam for $40. They're taking 20%. You're getting $20-something back. Nobody's paying for PlayStation Plus to access that games online. They're not paying for a headset or a controller to play that game. You know, you're losing tons of revenue that you could get from other things by putting that game also on PC. And that's realistic. You ask any other PC fan, have they invested any more money into PlayStation outside of Helldivers, and they will tell you no. That's the problem. If you don't see that problem, you're a part of the problem. We could fight on this shit all day, and I will destroy you with all the logic, all the facts. They're not making money off of PC gamers buying games on PC. Whether they're doing it day one or they're doing it after a few years, they're not making the money you guys said that they were making. With that being said, we have to also take into account that Helldivers 2 is $40 or $60, depending if you got the standard edition for $40 or the deluxe edition at $60. It only being 5% behind Spider-Man, and Spider-Man, I believe they said Spider-Man has sold 10 million copies as of February 14th, and it is now March 19th. I think Helldivers actually is on pace for breaking through Spider-Man record, and that would be 10 million. If it's only 5% behind Spider-Man, it should either almost be at 10 million or going to be at 10 million. 10 million is within grasp for Helldivers 2. I'm still aiming for a prediction in the month of April, before the end of April, that Helldivers will get that announcement. Maybe Sony does not want to announce the sales because they want to have that as the milestone announcement instead of what was the game called? Power World. Remember Power World? The developer had to keep giving us updates of how many copies it was selling almost every couple days. Well, Sony doesn't operate like that. They'll give you like 1 or 2 milestone announcements of sales in a year, and then that's it. They're not gonna keep giving you that shit every day. So I'll say that when Helldivers hits 10 million copies sold, they're giving an announcement, and I would assume that they're gonna pick up Arrowhead pretty soon. They might time that bundle that announcement together, like, hey, we now own Arrowhead Studios, and along with that, the game has sold 10 million copies. I don't know with what I'm about to say if this is true, so please take this with a massive pot of salt. Like, take this with a huge pot of salt, right? It seems like Sony may not be happy with Bungie. It seems like the pre-orders of the final shape are not to their expectations. It doesn't seem like they're bringing in the money that they want. And Sony is also looking at Helldivers doing really good and Destiny not doing good anymore. And they're pretty pissed off that they paid for Bungie and they're not making the money that they thought they were going to make. And they don't even own Arrowhead yet, and they're making more money than they ever thought they were going to make. So, yeah, I mean, Sony needs to clean house. They need to take full control of Bungie. They need to get rid of the people they need to get rid of, and they need to bring the people in there that can bring money. And I don't know what else they want to do.
No, I wouldn't do that.
What would you do?
I'd sell them.
Okay, do that. I am in complete agreement right now because Bungie as a whole, I have no interest in anything Bungie is doing right now. Yeah, so I could care less if they exist anymore.
Yeah. They are not the studio they once were.
And that's the question I have. Why buy them? They didn't look good when you was about to buy them. Like, why? Like, I know why they did it, but damn. You know, obviously Xbox fans, when they knew about that, they was like, I'm not going to buy Destiny anymore. I'm not going to support Destiny stuff anymore. So that didn't help. PC fans don't really fuck with Destiny that much anymore either, or for a while. Diversity. Damn. Well, they don't have like rainbow capes in Destiny, do they?
They have a lot of rainbow staff working for them.
I know that. Yeah, I know that.
I don't know what Marathon's going to be like in terms of, wokeness. Seems very multicolored in the trailer, so you just don't know, do you? Got a female sniper, so she's probably non-binary.
That's so fucking horrible.
Who knows?
This is not related to video games, but I just want to say, like, sometimes, like, you can have the fucking worst mother in the fucking world. There's a mother who left her 16-month-old daughter at home alone while she went on a 10-day vacation, sentenced to life in prison. Again, when you're a mother,
what happened to the child? Did it die?
The child died of starvation and dehydration. This is the thing. When you are, and she's sentenced to life in prison, so rightfully so. You want to go out and still have fun like you don't have a kid and you have a fucking kid.
Well,
like how do you fucking even live? They need to bring.
I know what that is. She is a psychopath.
Maybe.
So she actually has no emotions.
Well, she has emotion because she could be in jail for fucking life. So she's crying about that.
It doesn't matter. She wouldn't have been thinking like that.
Yeah. Well, maybe she is, but still. I'm
surprised the baby lasted that long, really.
What do you mean? There's nobody knows how long the baby lasts, though.
No, not how long it lasted while it was in the house.
Oh, like with her?
Was the age it was to be the child of a psychopath. There must have been other people around who were making sure.
Probably grandmother and stuff like that.
Weekend or something.
Yeah. That's
she
so
took
sad,
off.
bro. That's so fucking sad.
But for her to slip through the net and not be known to be a psychopath, if that's what it is, a lot of people have dropped the ball. Because it usually shows up at school. But people like go, there's something really wrong with this person. And you're like, yeah, that's a psychopath. Yeah. It's a shame, isn't it? I think that's what happened in Taiwan. I think it was. No, it wasn't Taiwan. It was South Korea, I think. There were some people in one of those. They like playing these online MMOs. This couple, and they, the baby was crying and it was giving them trouble, so they put it in the microwave. And when I heard that, I thought, well, that's like, what? And I thought, yep, they didn't want to get in the way of their gaming session. That was more important to them.
Yeah, she got life without parole. The judge was congratulating the jury for being professional about this.
Congratulating who?
The judge was congratulating the jury for being professional about this case.
Oh, it must have been traumatic for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is all I'm gonna say, man. Yeah, it's crazy. Also, one of the other things, not related to that case, but one of the other things we really gotta start doing is, what's going on with the, what part of the industry is responsible for making a female actress in a video game ugly, even though she doesn't look like that in real life? Why even do that?
Sweet Baby Inc., I think.
I don't even understand what that does. What is it?
They've got the actress. I can't remember if it's Kyle or Endymion. He has all these videos where he says this is the actual actress that they are basing the character on, and this is how she looks like in the game.
Mm.
And they have, the actress and then the model in the game, and the model always looks worse.
Mm. And we have all this technical advancement in video games with some of the best game engines ever. Yeah. And they're going out of their way to make these females look ugly in video games.
The character in Fable, the new Fable.
Oh, gosh.
Is a real person, and they look okay. Right? They're not the most beautiful person in the world, but they look fine, right? And they look terrible in that trailer. Mm. So... yeah.
It makes absolute. I saw her too, by the way, the real actress for
the
Fable.
Actress who plays Sarah Morgan is the voice actress. She is really attractive. And they go and they change her. She looks a bit like herself in the video game, but they made her have albino eyes.
Mm.
Did you notice that Sarah Morgan doesn't have any color in her irises?
Sarah Morgan.
It's so, from Starfield.
Oh yeah.
And it's so weird. Just pick blue, pick green, pick brown. I don't care, but don't make it white. Creepy as hell. Looks like a vampire.
That shit wild. It's just like there's no reason to do what they are doing. It's just, when you sit down and look at it, it makes absolutely no reason. No point in doing what they're doing. I don't
think
get
the
it.
reason, I'm not sure, but I think it's something to do with they want it to not set a beauty standard that is going to make women who are not so pretty feel excluded. I'm surprised that they haven't got more fat characters already. I'm thinking the logical thing is to have fat.
I'm not even laughing at what you're saying. I'm laughing at this tweet.
I'm
laughing at this tweet. I'm not laughing at what you're saying. But I am surprised they don't have.
I'm thinking that where are the fat characters?
Oh, they don't want to go. Like they don't really. Yeah, they don't want to go. Like I don't know. They don't want to be so obvious. You know. But now we know. So I say why not? Well, since we all know what you're doing, why not do it? Just make every character fat.
Do you know what's happening with tabletop gaming?
No, I don't know about that.
Right, Dungeons and Dragons, which is original tabletop gaming, which predates computer games, and video games. The current thing that they've got there has gone completely wild, and they want to have disabled people in wheelchairs in the game going into dungeons, fighting dragons.
Okay, Ice Queen, I'll see you later. Have a good night. You said the tabletop gaming, you want somebody fighting, what they want?
They want to have someone in a wheelchair going into a dungeon with a dragon. And people are joking about it and saying, the dungeons aren't wheelchair accessible. What the fuck are you on about?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then they've spoken to people who are disabled, and they say, we like to be role-playing as someone who is abled. It's when we get to pretend that we have all our arms and legs functioning. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it makes absolutely no sense.
Frustrating as anything.
They doing too much, and we don't want that. We just want to, like, again, I want to come home and play a game that I love. Let's move up off of this subject, not your subject, but the subject that's on the screen. Fine. So, Helldivers 2, I think it'll be at 10 million in the month of April. Sometime in April, beginning, middle, or end, it'll be at 10 million. Because if it's only 5% lower than Spider-Man, it's probably like at fucking 9 point something million right now. If Spider-Man was at 10 million in February, and Helldivers is only 5% behind Spider-Man in the month of February, and we're now in the past the middle of March, shit, Helldivers might be at 10 million before April. You know what I'm saying? With the next major order and the next amount of content dropping, I would assume that Helldivers might be at 10 million before April. Because this is only looking at what happened in February, not what happened in March. Interesting. Very, very interesting, man. Hats off to PlayStation on another victory in Europe. And hats off to Arrowhead Studios with a decisive victory over two other high-profile games as a service, Skull and Bones by Ubisoft and WB's Suicide Squad video game. This image right here, it's a list. You know, we have a lot of these lists that go around for Xbox. It's a list made by Brian on Twitter. He's been making a lot of great shit. I talked to Brian a lot. I was like, bro, you need to add Helldivers and more of your fucking shit, bro. Like, you gotta add it more. Because I think this shit's gonna be big, man. He took a while to add it, but when he found out Helldivers was hot fire, he started adding it a lot more. Yeah, he started adding a lot more. So really good that he got lists like this. Smack Xbox fans with. With that being said, that's it for just these topics right here. But we do want to talk about, somebody said a tech, what if it was that EA dev who leaked the spec? They kind of saying it was an EA dev. We don't know if it was the chick that left from PlayStation and went to EA. We don't know who at EA leaked it. We'll be here all day guessing who and why, and so all we know is that it seems like it was probably the leak came from EA. But this is what I say all the time. Like when you want to put your games on multiple platforms and you want to put your games, you want to share your secrets with multiple third-party developers, things like this can happen. The more you spread yourself thin, the more things like this is gonna happen. So you just have to prepare yourself. Just get spoiler alert. A big ass, fat, dripping spoiler alert. Right? I got a big spoiler alert for you. Spoiler alert. This is Helldivers related spoiler alert. So I was looking at Helldivers leak video yesterday. And I'm trying to figure out where it's at. When I find out, I'll let you know. Oh, there it is. So this is a Helldivers by Will Is Gaming, by a content creator named Will Is Gaming. All I can tell you right now is that he was like leaking a lot of stuff, and it's like they data mine all the time. Every time Arrowhead updates the game, they data mine it. It's absolutely no thing for them. So it's very easy for them to data mine the stuff. They don't really care about if they're right or wrong. Like they data mine this new rifle. Looks like a fucking really good rifle. It kind of reminds me of one of the rifles that was on part 1. You may be able to add a bayonet. I'm guessing they're going to bring some of those weapons over from part 1s that you would able to add a knife on the end of it and do an increased damage melee attack. But they're able to just data mine this shit. They're data mining shit that hasn't even been fully colored, has not even been fully implemented into the game. And they're data mining it all the time. And it's definitely the PC community. It's not the PlayStation community. It's the PC community. I don't understand how they're able to get away with this. So right here is the new mechs that we're going to be getting. Again, this is a spoiler. This is one of the new mechs we're going to get. This time they're saying this mech won't be like gray. It'll be yellow this time. Yellow and black. It looks pretty cool. This time it looks like both arms are going to be like cannons. It's going to have cannons on both arms. And it is going to have 2 identical arms this time around. It looks fucking dope. All I'm saying is that I know why they're doing what they're doing. A lot of PC fans are doing this, coupled with content creators for the clout, right? For the views, for the clicks, that turns into ad revenue, right? It makes them a lot of money. We know the thing. I am excited about all of this stuff. I am very much still in love with Helldivers, but sometimes it's like, God damn, I just want to be surprised. I truly just want to be surprised. Sony isn't pushing back against the PC fans. I had to talk with Truity today.
Have these 3D models always appeared as they are in the game?
You said what?
Have these 3D models?
Oh, this one, yeah. This one's pretty clear. The one you're looking at, the yellow and black mech with the cannon arms. Yeah, that's very clear. That's definitely happening. All the other ones, yeah, even the outfits that they leaked out.
It's not like they've gone on the asset store and they've got a 3D model that looks a bit Helldivers-y.
No, nope,
falsely it's in
nope. Everything that they were leaking, even the outfit that I got on now, the new armor I got on now, that was already leaked. I had already seen that.
It's hard to see how they can do it unless the developers have got it on PC in a file format that's like very easy to work out what everything is and where everything is.
I would assume that's what happened.
You'll have the 3D meshes for everything will be organized in files, and it'll say like gun and
I mean, I've seen people look at the leaked files, and everything you're describing is everything I've seen.
Well, what I'm saying is that then those meshes wouldn't have textures. That would be in a different part of the filing system, right? And then they could take let's say it's in 3ds Max, something like that would be the file format. It might not be, but I'm just saying, for instance, right? It's quite commonly used. Let's say it's in that format, then they will be able to take that data and they'll be able to throw that into a 3ds Max preview where it will look exactly like that thing, where it will have a grid floor and then it will put the gun in space on top of the grid floor at the origin. That's how it will look. That's not something that the Helldivers game is doing it. It hasn't got a little app inside of Helldivers to let you preview all the things that are in the folders. That's not part of your filing system. That's part of your 3D modeling program. So if you happen to have the same 3D modeler that they used, you'll be able to view the same 3D models that are in that folder if they haven't encrypted them. And it doesn't look like they've encrypted them, and I don't know why.
But because they're naive and they don't understand that the PC fans don't give a fuck. Even if they seem like they like you, they're still gonna hack your shit.
That's probably why the thing doesn't have a texture, because the texture will be in a different folder. Now, could they, if they had the wit, map the texture to it? Possibly, but the thing is I think they have a UV.
Look, man, I don't want to take an L for you guys on rumors. So guess what? If I agree with you guys, I'm not catching an L. Okay. So that's what this is what I'm gonna do right now. I know a lot of you guys want a lot of stuff to be true, and you want me to confirm it so you can feel safe about going around and talking about it. But I'm letting you know, as much as you want it to be true, if I don't have the information, I can't give you an answer. I saw the same thing. We got the sound bite. It's done. As far as uncompetitive, after he's talking about the what ifs on this, once he's done, and I'm gonna check Helldivers real quick, we're gonna listen to the sound bite. I think it's definitely possible, right? Because it's already doing. What was a Jedi Survivor doing? It was doing 60. Was it doing 1440p at 60? What was it doing when they updated the game? Jedi Survivor 1440p 60 frames per second PS5. Let me just see if that pops up something.
Here are some results from the web.
Looks so bad on PS5. Blah 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 blah. Okay, looks so bad. Blah blah. It does. To be fair, it does work. Visual quality is by far the worst I've seen on. Okay, so it's running at 60. Yeah, that makes sense. But that was last year. Didn't they fix the game though? No. They fixed the game, but hold on. Performance mode. Okay. Didn't they fix the game though? I thought they fixed the performance on Jedi Survivor. Like, you can do 60 and it's much stable. What's the resolution, though? I don't know if it's 4K 60. I would see the new PS5 the PS5 Pro will be able to easily do stuff like this. But I haven't seen it for myself. And we don't have Digital Foundry to run through any of this stuff. So I can't give you an answer. I can only tell you that I heard the same thing that you heard. I can't really believe it yet. I want it to be true. It would be nice if it's true, but I can't give you a definitive answer. It's just not enough evidence for it to be true. We know how this shit goes, right? If I'm not careful, I agree with you. Shit comes back. It's wrong. People laugh at me because, hey, Jay knows better. Why would he listen to somebody in the chat? Haha, you got an L, Jay. They're not going to give you the L. They're going to give me the L for listening to you. So I'm smart enough not to do that. All I can say is I heard what you heard. I saw from the person that said that, but we don't have evidence yet. Right? When we see the game running at 1440p 120 frames per second or 4K 120 frames per second, then I can agree that it's real. And I know it's boring, right? It's boring for me to wait to see if something is actually true rather than just hopping on the bandwagon, knowing full well that something may not be true and giving you false hope. I'm not going to do that. Sorry. It's boring, I know, but I'm not going to fucking lie to you. No. It's not happening. So we need to wait. We all need to wait, right? PS5 Pro is fucking hype, right? Hot fire. I know, right? We're all PlayStation fans. I understand. But I don't want to be wrong on this shit, right? So let's just wait. They updated the store again, didn't they? Ain't shit here. Yeah, it's nothing of value here. They gave us like one new armor set. No, it's actually two new armor sets and helmets attached to those armor sets, but there was nothing of value there. Yeah, there was nothing of value. Let me see. Helldivers active. Did they fuck it up again? No, they didn't fuck it up again. Okay. It's 200,000 people right now active. Let's see what's going on. Did they give the new what's the name? They did give the new what's the name. They said it wasn't active. It is active. Maybe go if we push it. I think if we push them back to these two, which is where the homeland is, then I believe that we'll be fighting the boss. They said the same thing over here. This is where their homeland is. Where is it? Not this one. Not this one. X45. No, not that one. Missile. No, not this one. Where is their homeland? No, not this. Not this. No, that's not it. Trost. I remember that planet. No. Where is it? It was supposed to be... It's supposed to be here. I think it's over here. No, not Prime. Cyberstan. There it is. They said this is the main planet for the automatons. That'll be the boss planet. Yeah, that'll be their home planet right there, they say. And they claim that we liberated it, but that's bullshit. We just didn't get to it yet. So once they spread over here, which they're gonna have to spread over here, but once they spread over here, we're gonna get there. But I feel like they were here. I think they were here, and we cleared them out. And we're working on only two boxes now. So we're doing really good. And then over here, we're only working on 2 boxes. We've never got this far. So once if we're successful in clearing out these 2 boxes, we'll make it to the last portion. And we should be winning by like June. Or I believe by June. Actually May. But they can throw a monkey wrench in this shit. Let me go see what's going on over here. We're doing pretty good. Not so well. I think that the army's going to focus on this planet, knock this out, and then after that, we're going to get here. Helmar, people are struggling with that. It looks like all of these were good. So Helmar and then so fire and ice basically, right? So fire and ice. We gotta knock out the fire and ice planets. But something's glitched because those are not the planets that are available. The planets they said are available are not available yet. What? Zagon Prime. No. Fuck. I must have pushed the fucking I must have pushed the quick join button. Wish they didn't have that. I wish they didn't have it there like that. I wish they didn't have that. I made a mistake. This is like my third, fourth time doing this shit. Looking at the map and pushing a button. It's not the button I need to be pushing. Damn. Okay. Lucci Sky, I just got your message. Let me go check. So, yeah, long story short, the PS5 Pro seems to be real. I mean, Sony is definitely taking action against people sharing that information. So, it's definitely real. It's just, we don't know how much of it is real and how much of it is exaggerated. And Sony's not going to confirm or deny because there's a whole another problem there if you confirm or deny. Crazy, bro.
Sick Humor said that the specs could be for a dev kit. So they might be more powerful than what the actual system will be. Because when they did previous PlayStations, the dev kit was a bit better than the actual system. Usually they have more RAM. Now I'd wondered whether they had deliberately leaked it from Sony. Because I mean everyone's under NDA, non-disclosure agreement, and it would be basically the end of your job in the industry everywhere if you were to leak the details. So it's not really worth it.
Somebody claiming, earlier today, Tom Henderson claimed that they would never find the person. They're going to find the person.
So I don't think, I'm of the view that it's Sony who've leaked the information, and what they're doing is they want to, the pieces of the specs that weren't even in the thing, right, that stood out to me, was it didn't say how much it was. And so they want to start a conversation about it, about how much do you think this will be and how much you're prepared to pay for it. Now, I've heard people go as high as 1,000. And I'm thinking that's completely ridiculous. It's not going to be 1,000.
Oh, no. It'll be 6 something.
I think it's 600 or 650, something like that. But maybe 650 for the one with the disc.
Lucci Sky, whoever you're trying to let me see, again, they got me blocked, buddy. Again, I appreciate you. It is frustrating. I just want to be 100% honest with you guys, that you guys want to share information with me, but most of the people got me blocked, and they got me blocked because I tell the truth, and they don't like that your boy JayTech tells the truth. So, again, I'm sending you a screenshot as a reply to let you know that I want to look at what you're sharing me, and I want to share it with the rest of the class, but I can't because he has me blocked. So, trying, but he has me blocked. Yeah, I will say whatever the price of the VR headset is what the PS5 Pro should be. If they can come down off the PS5 Slim, get that shit to sell really, really good at $400 with this month, and see that $400 is a really good price to get more of them units out there, then come down to that price by, I would say, I don't know, this summer. Sometime this summer, between June and September, come down to a permanent price cut of the PS5 Slim at $400 and have the PS5 Pro be, and this is just, again, that's just as me. This is just me. Depending on if you want people to buy it or you don't care if people buy it, If you want people to buy it, put it at $500 to $550. If you don't care if people buy it, put it at $600 to $650. So it's really up to you, Sony. Do you want people to buy it, or do you just want to make it so people can shut up? If you want people to buy it, put it at an affordable price, $500 to $550. If you don't care, put it at $600 to $650. This is Sony we're talking about, not PlayStation. Sony. They have crazy prices for a lot of their technology compared to competitors, and they've done this for quite a while. So hopefully they don't get fucking cocky or stupid. But if they want to make this expensive hardware and they don't want it sitting on the shelf collecting dust, they might want to put it at an affordable price. Look at the VR. Say what you want to say about me, but I was right about that. 100%.
Well, another way to look at it is that the PS5 is good enough.
Yeah, the PS5 is good enough for a lot of people, especially since most people still haven't gotten it yet.
Is it value for money at $400? Yes, I'd say so.
Yeah. If you get the Slim at $400 and you get the Pro at $500, I think that's perfect. But the technology inside the Pro,
I don't think the Pro will be $500. I think the Pro.
I agree 100%. I agree 100%. I know the Pro will not be $500.
Now,
what I'm saying is that if you want it to sell to a consumer base that's not gonna have a lot of money, knowing our economy in the next fucking couple months.
Yeah. Well, look.
What do you? Let me ask you this question. What do you think it should be placed at?
Okay, everything has two models. It has it with the disc and without the disc. If they make the disc version of the PS5 Pro at $600, then that means that they could do a disc version that was $550. Okay. And I don't think an extra 50 is going to break the bank for a lot of people that would thought, oh, it would be 500. They'll just pony up the money.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But 600, they'll be thinking, that's kind of a lot, and they'll wait.
And you know what's crazy though? 600 isn't a lot, because if you're spending more on your PC for just a graphics card, let alone building that shit, that's a horrible stance to say, oh, 600 is a lot, or your phone costs more than $1,000 these days, and 600 is a lot to you. Like, I love when people say 600 is a lot, but their fucking car note is more than 600. Their rent is more than 600. You come down to it, bro. It's a lot of shit more than $600, bro. But yeah, 600 is a lot. It was a lot in fucking 2006, but people still brought the fucking system. I think people should suck that shit up, man. 600 is not a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot in 2006. Is it really a lot? The same fucking price, bro. That's crazy when you think about it. This is the same price as the PS4. Sorry, PS3 back then. And look at all the technology you know this shit about to have. It's a day one. It's a no-brainer for me. I'll pick that up over a VR. If they could come down off that price on VR, I'll be right there with you. But as of right now, I'm picking up the Pro. I'm planning on picking up the new Pro. That's just me. Oh, getting that shit.
I think the VR is hard to make cheaper because of the lenses. It's possible that, you know, they would like to make it cheaper, but they can't afford to because the lenses are, you know, really expensive. So I think everything else can come down in price, but it's the lenses that are blocking it. And I don't think they'll do a redesign. There won't be like a PSVR 3 anytime soon.
So what do you believe the Pro is going to look like?
Well, I think I don't know. I think that I think what will happen is they'll try selling it on.
Yeah, it's best to record PC, everything, Lucci, because these niggas got me blocked.
They'll try selling it on PC and see how it goes there. And it might be that it does really well because it's already the cheapest one, other than I think one of the Oculus Rift ones. That's like, you know, and I mean, you can use a Labo on a PC, I think, can't you? Yeah, the Nintendo Labo.
Second, let me play this audio.
Why is Sony eating Microsoft's lunch? Man, they came to the table with machine learning upscaling before the Xbox Series X did, and they advertised that for the Xbox Series X. Like, man, they're just eating Microsoft's lunch.
They said it was
all
an
day.
area of active research the last time I spoke to Microsoft about it.
Sure.
Oh, right. Digital Foundry.
Yeah, so the machine learning. So they're talking about the PS5.
One last thing.
The PS5 is doing.
PSSR.
Yeah, they're doing that before Xbox did it, but they said Xbox Series X had it. That's very interesting.
Well,
That's
they're
very
comparing it, I
interesting.
think, to FSR. Is that right?
But they're calling it PSSR, something like that, like for PlayStation and shit. It's funny as shit.
Yeah. That's
It's funny.
That's what
as
it's
shit.
in the documents. I don't
Yeah.
know. That's the official name for it. That's what's in the leak.
I don't know what's gonna happen going forward. I just assume that PlayStation gonna be more locked down than they ever did before because there's so much of their shit getting leaked. Not just the Helldivers shit, but now PS5 Pro Specs and everything. Like, wow, bro.
Okay, here's another possibility because I like to explore everything. Although you hate speculation, right? So
Yes, I do.
What if the PS5 Pro doesn't exist and it's just a strategy to get Microsoft to commit to making another console at great expense in order to counter the PS5 Pro threat, which doesn't exist because it's not getting made?
Then why would Sony talk about this morning they're gonna make?
They're trying to get Microsoft to waste money.
They're not gonna. Microsoft's not gonna fall for it. They're not gonna. You think Microsoft gonna fall for this and make a Pro?
All the talk about Xbox and Xbox fans is that we need to have one that's as good as this or better. That's what it's been this week. They are absolutely dead not wanting to lose out on the power narrative.
They're good.
So if they listen, as they have done in the past, because they listened to them when they said they didn't want to have a big boxy Xbox One and they made a Xbox One S, and they listened to them when they asked for more power, so they made the Xbox One X. And when the PS4 Pro come out, they said, right, okay, we need to make the Xbox Series X so we regain the most powerful console of all, right? And it ended up not mattering that they had 12 teraflops because it wasn't about that. It was about the data throughput and the amount of compression you have and how quickly you can decompress things. That's what actually matters, right?
You know what's funny? That's when Sony made that. When Sony made that little, you saw that little bracket of what's the best PlayStation game. I did notice the Helldivers wasn't in there and Bloodborne. And I think I know why. Because if Bloodborne and Helldivers was in there, the PC community would have trolled Sony by making sure either one of those two were the winner. And Sony was smart enough to be like, yeah, we know you guys fucking suck, so we're not going to do that. It's pretty interesting what they did. Yeah. It came down to God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok, and it's been confirmed that with all the votes, it's God of War Ragnarok.
No, I know that a lot of people are very looking forward to PS5 Pro, right? And hopefully, it comes out and they're all happy with it and pleased with it and everything. But it's not official. It's not confirmed. Just a rumor. So there's all manner of possibilities, and it could be that it's.
I was like that a couple months ago, but I don't believe the existence of it is a rumor anymore. I don't think the existence of the Pro is a rumor anymore. I think that with the specs being leaked and they are actually pissing Sony off, and Sony's talking about making their third-party pool a little smaller because that information got out, I would assume that yeah, I would assume this is very much real. I would assume it is very much real. And if the PS5 6 is, PS6 is gonna come out in what 2030, you have this shit on the market for the next 4 or 5 years. I think that's hey, it's very much real. You're gonna need a powerful system for the next powerful games. Grand Theft Auto, Death Stranding.
There could be a need for an interim mid-gen refresh if it is going to be 2030.
Now the thing is, Xbox claimed that they weren't going to do that though. You know what I'm saying? They're claiming that they weren't going to do that. Like that they weren't going to like get, do another next gen refresh.
Can't have a mid-gen refresh because they've got the S and the X.
I know. So what do they do for the next 4 to 5 years?
They should never have made the S because it's removed them the ability to make like an Ultra or something.
Yeah, there you go.
If they'd never made the S, they'd have the X, which should probably be actually being taken,
whoever
by developers, and then they wouldn't have people behind.
Whoever decided to do what they did should be fired.
Yes.
Yeah, whoever decided to do that, they should be fired. They thought that they were going to one-up Sony by having a cheap alternative, and it backfired. That person that thought that they were going to be able to one-up Sony with that strategy, they should be fired because that was last generation strategy almost 10 years at that time. That Sony was able to do that. You can't do that, bro. It's the new generation. You're going to try to use the winner's 8-year-old strategy to beat the winner? Oh, if we have a cheap system, we will win. We will win because we have a cheap system.
Yeah.
It didn't work out for him, right? No one cared. And still to this day, no one cares. Hey, man, you can't make this shit
They're
up.
still blathering on about Brooklyn.
Who?
That's what the one that they're still on Twitter on about today. One that's diskless and it's a cylinder.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna get it. It's just not more. It's not more powerful than the current one.
They haven't got the money and the division of Microsoft to throw at anything more fancy.
Oh hell no!
I think they want to.
And Microsoft won't give them any money until they get a return on their investment from the last two publishers they just acquired.
Yeah, look, it makes quite a lot of sense to make a diskless console because it means that you have to have Game Pass or buy everything from the Microsoft store where they get their royalties. You're not going into GameStop and getting a pre-owned game where they get no royalties at all and just shoving it in the slot and playing it. So
they gotta do better at their strategy because they think
and if you have I've got whole 2 shelves full of Xbox and Xbox 360 games in this room, and if I put them in my Xbox One X, they all play through backwards compatibility, and that's things that it will do where they're not making any money off me, right? Because I'm not buying any new Xbox games. No need to, because I've got all don't know how many I've got. 80 Xbox games on disc. So that's like, if you've got that many in your collection, just sitting on a shelf, then you can play them, can't you? Rather than play anything new. And they're all better than the new stuff. That's the thing. Right? If the new stuff was really good, we'd be playing the new stuff, wouldn't we? But it's not good.
Yeah, you're right, man. What the fuck?
I don't know.
It's over for them, bro. And the fans I feel like the fans are going to be very desperate over the next couple months to create a fictional pro for them, because they do this shit all the time.
Well, Thrasher said that they're getting out of getting out of the whole thing of making consoles, and they're just going to do be a publisher. But they're taking their sweet old time about it.
Oh, they are.
And I think that when they did that round table where they all sat on those tall stools, I thought, this is when we're going to hear that this is the end. I was fully prepared for them to say it's the end. And
again, I still believe that they're afraid.
Yeah, but what could possibly be the backlash? The people that are going to be upset don't buy their games anyway, so fuck them.
The best thing you said all night.
Well, isn't it true?
Oh, shit.
Is that very unfair? Like, look, if they've had every opportunity since, 2001, when the original Xbox came out, to support the brand. And they did initially, right? And they did throughout the 360 era, despite the Red Ring of Death. And it was a viable platform which had good games and good original exclusives. And it had timed exclusive deals, and it had content for Call of Duty that you couldn't get anywhere else, and it was worth having. And I had an Xbox, and I have an Xbox avatar for that reason, right? Because back then, it was worth bothering with.
Yep.
And then they got to Xbox One, and it all went pear-shaped. And they made no real effort to fix it with Xbox Series.
Again, John Wayne, I don't know. I've heard Xbox fans say this. I haven't heard any indication that Microsoft themselves are going to go this route. Now, they could look at Nintendo and see how much success that they've found in handhelds and then try to copy off of them. But I'm going to be honest. Do we really want to keep looking at Microsoft copy off of other people's strategy from like fucking 8 years ago? Because remember, like, at the time that the PS5 was out, Lucci Sky, I got your notification, but I'm trying to do something real quick, so I'm going to get to you when I can. At the time when the PS5 was about to come out, the PS4 was like 7 years old, and they thought that the best thing to do was to copy the strategy from 2013, where you launch a cheaper system to kind of undercut the competition. And, that's how they got beat. So, they thought that they could beat PlayStation by doing something like that, and that didn't work because PlayStation also had a cheap alternative. And then they failed on that. If they are indeed trying to do handhelds, that means they will be copying off a Nintendo strategy, and we know how much they're gonna eat dirt with that. So at the end of the day, they gotta do much better. They got to do much better. Let me see.
Well, I think we shouldn't underestimate their incompetence.
Oh, definitely not. But I mean, some people are saying, "Oh, they're doing a handheld." Some people are saying they're doing a pro. We have to, like, you guys that listen to rumors all the time. And look, I'm not knocking you. You want to know information, you want it now, and you if it looks juicy, you're going to follow it. I understand. I'm not going to do that. But you guys are going to do that. You got to land, realistically, you have to land on one. Are they doing a handheld or are they doing a pro? Because there's a good amount of people in the gaming community running with the rumors that they're doing a pro. Then the other is saying they're doing a handheld. Which one are they doing? Like, there's no reason for them to do a handheld if they have a USB stick that you can plug into your TV and have Xbox there, or you're doing the app, which is even cheaper. So I don't think they're gonna waste money creating a handheld. They would lose so much money on that. There are too many competitors out there right now that have handhelds in the PC market. And then you don't want to go head to head with Nintendo. So I don't believe the rumor of the handheld. That is fucking preposterous. It makes absolutely no sense. No sense, man.
Well, I would go along with that, right? Because logically, that would make it would make no sense. Put it this way: it would make no sense for them to make a handheld, right? On the same reasoning you've got. But if you look at it over the history of their actions, it's like they're managed by people who are completely incompetent. And then you look at what they do, and you put your ear to the ground, and you hear things like Phil Spencer is really pleased with his ROG Ally. Have you heard that? And I thought, what's he doing? Why is he letting this come out of social media that he's playing on a ROG Ally? Why is he?
What's the point of making your own hardware when you can put your products on somebody else's hardware? Like, I don't think that Microsoft wants to gamble.
It might be that they have a way of making profits as a third party on lots of devices like phones and stuff, and that's what Sarah Bonds is all about, so they don't need a device. Or they might be assessing the usability of devices to see what kind of device they might want to make. And they might make a device of their own.
Look, anything's possible, but it doesn't seem likely.
Do
you think they're going to make a Pro too? Because, like, there's a faction in our gaming community is hell-bent on believing they're going to make a Pro.
They're
going to make a Pro, they're going to make a next-gen console, and they're going to make a handheld. Those are the 3 rumors going around.
Okay.
We have to pick one. We have to pick one that actually sounds like it could happen.
Let's. Do you want to take the time to go through them all in turn?
Yeah, we already did the handheld. We're not going to waste any more time on that.
Right. We'll say that the handheld is silly because anyone with a brain will buy a Switch.
Or alternative, like the Steam Deck, which is very popular.
Okay. If you want to play PC games and also all Xbox games that will come to PC through Steam, you've got something that will do that. It's called the Steam Deck. So there's no need for it. Mm-hmm. The only possible thing would be, would it run xCloud? I expect they can have an app that will be an xCloud client that might run through Steam. I don't know what the feasibility of that is, but I should think that is viable. So the thing is that my experience of using xCloud, because I have used it, I wasn't impressed. It didn't seem to work very well, and it was a big delay before you could even get into playing anything. My experience of using Google Stadia was like witchcraft. It worked so well. You buy a game with a click, it takes money out of your wallet and everything because it knows your bank account and everything, and then you're like playing the game within a second of buying it. No download. I just couldn't wrap my head around it. It was so spooky. Now, some games didn't work that well. You know, like you had Grid, which was a racing game, and it was like terrible, lag on driving around corners and stuff, and it's unplayable. But Assassin's Creed Odyssey was fantastic. Looked really good, played really nice, just as good as like a PS4 Pro version of the game. And absolutely no criticisms. So I'm a bit sad that it's gone, but Stadia refunded all of my money. All of it. The amount that the unit cost and the controller cost and all the games I bought. I've never had that with any other product I've ever bought in my life. So hats off to Google for doing that. They didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
They're not going to do a handheld, let's say, for that, right? And then let's see, what's the next one? The Pro version of the Xbox Series X. Which, for convenience, shall we call that the Ultra? Rather than Xbox Series Ultra?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a name for that.
Right, because I don't think they can call it a Pro, because it would be like, I mean, they can't, can they? That would be a double mid-gen refresh. I'm dubious about that. I think that it's embarrassing to have a double mid-gen refresh. It's like, was the Xbox
again, if you're
Series
gonna have a
not
double
powerful enough?
mid-gen refresh and then your next system is a handheld, but you also go
No, I'm not saying the next system beyond.
No,
that.
I'm not talking about you doing this. I'm talking about like what the rumors are going around. Like that's why
but we've already put the handheld to one side and said they're not doing it. I'm saying that let's say we tackle the thing like they
the
do
Pro,
another mid-gen refresh after the Xbox One X.
and what year do you think they could get it out by? Because if they're following in what Sony has done,
if it's next year,
it's gonna have to be next year, and it probably could be really sloppy because they're rushing. They would be rushing.
They want to keep it ahead of what the PS5 Pro is. So these specs, they look at them and go, "We've got to beat that."
My God, man! What if people still don't want to buy the system?
The PS5 Pro is basically 4 times the graphics power of the PS5.
It looks like an Alexa speaker.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it.
So 4 times, right? It seems as if it's 3 times, but actually it's more because the RDNA 4 will be a 45% increase, which means the shaders will basically 80% of the instructions are going to get common usage. So you scale it back by 80% and then you do the numbers, and then it ends up being a bit more than it was, a bit more than 3 times. It's more like 45% of 3 times, right? Will be like 1.5. And then you add that on top, and that would be 4.5 times, but it's not a whole 4.5 times. It's less than 4.5 times. So it's within that range. So it's basically 4. And but I don't think it's going to be, people are saying, oh, it's going to be 8K 60 and 4K 120 and all of this. I think, nah, don't be ridiculous. I mean, it might try and do certain things where if it can do, we're talking about the PS5 Pro, if it can manage 60 frames a second, it can use AI to both boost resolution and boost frame rates, because when it's 60 frames a second, it can do frame interpolation. If it's 30 frames a second, it can't. It hasn't got the frames are too dissimilar for it to be able to say where the next frame in between those 2 frames should look like. So it has to be a really quite high frame rate for it to be able to go, oh, I have a good idea what I could put in between these 2 frames, and it not look terrible. So that's what's used in DLSS. So if you see someone like running Cyberpunk on a PC, and then they say, right, it can only run with 4K with it at, say, 40 frames per second or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it looks great. It looks amazing. It's got ray tracing on it. It's on a 4090. But it's like 40 frames a second, and you're thinking, oh, okay, that's a waste of money for the 4090. Then they turn on DLSS or whatever it is, the alternative, FSR, and it just goes up to like 130 frames a second, and you're just like going, holy shit, strap in, guys, because it's like suddenly it's got all of these interpolated frames. So there might be some secret source that actually is secret source in these next consoles that are coming, because they can get over this hump of 60 frames a second native, and then they can then do AI interpolation on top of that to then bring it up maybe to 90 or with variable rate refresh, or 120. Okay, I don't care. I'm happy with 30, right? But if they want to push it to the sky's the limit, knock themselves out. People on PC seem to like that stuff. So if we're into a kind of frame rate war between consoles and PCs, and that's going to be the new narrative, calling it now.
I'd rather that. I'd rather that than keep hearing about 30 frames.
But this is the thing. It's like,
because the 30 frame narrative isn't real. Well, it's not real. It's a developer decision.
Yeah, but
and they make that fucking stupid ass decision when they're making their games, and then fans run with it saying, "Oh, the system's weak." The system's not fucking weak. The developers are incompetent. They making it seem like the system's weak because they're too fucking lazy to actually do 60. Look at the backlash for Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Didn't they fix that shit?
Yeah, but look.
Well, the narrative was that the PS5 couldn't handle 60 frames, and then the developer fixed their game, and it handled 60 frames.
Yeah, but I just bought Dragon's Dogma 2, and I had a very fun time, making a big pussy, and in the character creator, and I'm looking forward to playing that game, right? It's
Yeah, I mean, I love games too, right? And it doesn't matter if they're 60 or 30. Sometimes I bear with it, but for the sake of us being 4 to 5 years into this generation, these devs got to do better.
I'm a bit surprised.
Because 4 or 5 years later, you're still making 30 frames per second games. It's not the hardware; it's you. Yeah, we got a whole new generation of hardware, and you're still doing 30 frames. You were doing 30 frames last gen, and 30 frames the gen before that. It's you.
Well, it is a surprise, because the thing with Dragon's Dogma is it doesn't look like it couldn't have run last gen. Right? So it's like, what about this game is next gen that's then pushing it to the edge where it has to run a lower frame rate? But honestly, I'd rather it was stable rather than it was all over the place. So it's not a huge issue for me. I mean, I wanted to play the game. I'd sooner have that than have Baldur's Gate 3 and hate the game, because I hated that game, and I've not had a game that I've hated for the longest time. I just not played it. I've just given up on it. I didn't even hate Starfield. I thought it was terrible, but I didn't actually hate it. So that's extraordinary to have a game that I just thought, oh, I'll like this. Everyone thinks this is great. This is Game of the Year. It's won awards. It's Dungeons and Dragons. I used to be a dungeon master in the 1980s. So therefore, this will be, I'll really, really like this. And I couldn't stand it. So, yeah.
That's you, man. Now, look, everybody sees things completely different. And that's all I'm going to say. So, you're different than a lot of people. So what you have no problem with does not mean the rest of the gaming community have a problem with. What we will say is that we're going to see if the hype is enough to push this over, and then people play the game in 30 frames, and the narrative from the industry will be like, you didn't really care about 60, and then more devs keep pushing out 30 frames games until the pro systems come out and you feel like you need to buy one in order to get 60. If you care about 60, like you said, you don't really care. So I can't speak for every gamer on this strategy, but what I will say is it's going to be very interesting. If Rise of the Round, if Dragon's Dogma, look at what's going on with Dragon's Dogma right now. So you got Dragon's Dogma, Digital Deluxe, then you got Rise of the Ronin Digital Deluxe, then you have Dragon's Dogma Standard, then you have Rise of the Ronin Standard. That is weird. Then you have Sea of Thieves.
Are we of the mind that, because we haven't quite finished talking about Xbox, are we of the mind that there isn't going to be a Pro or Ultra type system?
I don't think so. That's you're spending too much money.
You've got 2 mid-gen refreshes, and they haven't really brought out any compelling complete at launch games AAA. You know, Redfall, Broken, Starfield was really dull. It's like what they had that's been good. You know, Halo was missing a load of content. Forza Motorsport had a missing track. You're driving around, the track disappears. It's not been good. And people have been waiting a whole lot of time for it to have software. You know, it launched, I think it had 2 games. It had the Vulcaneer and what was the other one? The Xbox Series X. It had 2. It was the one that was Bright Memory Infinite, I think, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And that was it. And there were 2 indie games. It didn't have anything else. It didn't have Halo. It came with a packaging where you bought it and it had a wrapper on the box that said Halo, but you couldn't buy Halo for it. I don't think that was a very good move. If it had been me, I probably would have said, right, we're going to delay this. We're not even going to have this come out, and we're going to have it be a year late because the game that would sell it is a year late. Now, ideally, you don't want the game to be a year late, right? If it looks like it's going to be a year late, you start firing people and make it so it does come out on time, right? So it was basically a catastrophe that Halo Infinite wasn't a launch title, and they should never have let it get that bad. So a lot of people should have got fired over that because it basically buggered up that whole generation for Xbox. You know, it should have been a better game. It should have been complete feature-wise at launch. It should have been worth playing. And even if they had nothing else for it, or maybe they had Forza Motorsport as well, so they had 2 games at launch, that would have been enough.
Yeah.
Right?
Let me screenshot this.
But really, they because it was a year late, I personally would have had the Xbox Series X released in 2021 and not even compete with the PS5. Because the thing is, they didn't have the supply to be able to distribute
I know, man.
Anyway. So they could have just said, look, you know, we're going to lose out to PlayStation, but, you know, maybe people will buy it.
I would assume that
because I have money next year.
Yeah. I'm gonna just talk to some of the people in the chat, but I hear what you're saying on competitors.
Sure.
So Rattling Guardian, you said how will Dragon's Dogma 2 run on the Xbox Series S? I'm gonna just go out on a limit and say it's gonna run like dog shit. And we're gonna see that from Digital Foundry's analysis as well as other analysis. The embargo was supposed to release today from one website that said that I got the information from, and I checked the other websites and nobody was trying to give me that fucking info. I saw someone on Twitter say it is actually having an embargo for the reviews tomorrow for Dragon's Dogma, and then on Thursday the review embargo will lift for Rise of the Ronin. I don't have confidence in both of those games. I don't know why their review embargoes are so close to the release of the games. That is always sketchy. It is always not a good thing. Okay. So we will see. But let me see what he said. Arby's has something good. Fish sandwiches. Arby's has fish sandwiches? Wow, I need to order from Arby's. I don't think I even remember it ever. I see them, but I just don't order them. Let's see. I heard the digital console next for. I heard all digital. Yeah, we know about the all digital Xbox redesign. So that's definitely
just a different stock keeping unit. Really.
Yeah, that's definitely
it's
real.
Probably got a 2 terabyte hard drive.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest upgrade they're gonna fucking
SSD.
Get. Yeah, that's the biggest upgrade they're gonna get. They're not gonna get anything bigger than that. If they
there's a image of the controller and it's kind of 2-tone. So it's similar to the PS5.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
But I don't think it's like got haptics or anything. But I wouldn't be too surprised if that is the only innovation you get. which is that they've got a new controller. It looks a bit funky and it has haptics, so it's like you're not missing out because, you know, if they have their games go to PS5 and to Xbox, and they've got dual sense support on PlayStation 5, but not anything equivalent on Xbox, where are you going to buy it?
On PlayStation 5?
Yes. So it's kind of important for them to get it so that their games on Xbox have something that has like a DualSense type interface, doesn't it?
Something like that, yeah. They can't trick everybody, but
that's almost more important than the console.
Yeah, it's a good attempt, but you're not gonna be able to trick everybody with that.
Now what else is there? So we've moved beyond. It's so much different in rumors, isn't there? So you've got the mid-gen refresh makes no sense because that means you've done three different systems within a generation without really delivering any games. I mean, any decent games. They have got games. They've always got games, but they're not decent. Then you say, well, okay, what if they say we're going to go to another generation? Right? We're going to just skip ahead. What could they call it for start? Shall we say Xbox Infinity?
Yeah. Okay. Let's go with that.
They call it Xbox Infinity because they're trying to get out of the console manufacturing market. It's the final console they ever make, but they don't say that. And it will be forwards compatible with everything else that comes, such as cloud gaming, because it will have like a 2 terabyte SSD. It won't play discs, and it will be a kind of reframing and repositioning of what Xbox is, which is, a media hub, and it have a browser in it, and
the thing is, I don't want just a powerful PS5.
It'll do cloud gaming, and I don't know, maybe it'll run XL or something. Who God knows.
Yeah.
But it has something. Who knows? I mean, the best thing they could do for themselves is make it so that it runs Steam. They never do it, but if it had a Steam, had the ability to run Steam, and it was like a cheap PC, that would be like, holy fuck, they've done it. Why haven't they ever thought of doing this before? Because at the moment, the Xbox runs a cut down version of Windows as it is. And when they had the Steam box, like the Steam machine, that was written without Windows because they didn't want to have to pay the license, the OEM license. So they went off and had it run on Linux. They had to build their own, what's called a 10-foot user interface you can use on a TV screen, to work off a Linux substrate. And Valve did all of that, did quite a good job with it, and no one bought their machines. That was a complete waste of money. But lots of people on PC are running Steam. So, and then you have Xbox trying to sell things initially through their Windows store, and that doesn't take off and no one wants to use it. And then they go, oh God, we're going to have to use Steam, which means they're paying Valve money to sell their games on Windows, which is nuts. It's actually fucking nuts if you think about it. How did they ever get themselves in that situation? They should own the entire platform, top to bottom.
Yep. All I'm gonna say right now, fuck Xbox.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm serious. Like, we ran over this. We know the handheld. No, that'll be too much money. They'll be losing. They're gonna go up against the new Nintendo Switch. They're going to fucking lose. Then the Pro, like you said, makes no sense to make a third SKU.
Yeah.
Um,
Xbox Infinity, I don't see why anyone will buy it unless it's got a compelling launch lineup. And even then...
That's not happening because you're putting games on PlayStation. It's unrealistic.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
I have a new red alert that I'm going to share with you guys. I'm going to go post that up real quick.
Can they... I mean, unless they delay until it, like, 2027, it's, like, right on the verge of them giving up.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Grand Theft Auto is not going to do what... You heard what Paris said, right? He made it seem like whoever doesn't have an Xbox or PlayStation right now, they're going to pick the cheapest option next year to play Grand Theft Auto. No one's buying the Xbox Series S just to play Grand Theft Auto. No one's going to buy the weakest fucking system to play the best fucking game. I cannot even imagine how Grand Theft Auto is going to run on the Xbox Series S. And if it runs at 720p 30, then what is the whole point of that system existing? What's the whole point of this generation? Because you're saying you can't put this on that system because it's going to be too weak. Then you could have put it on any of the other systems. Because the Xbox Series S is, if it's that, I'm just saying, if it's so weak that it has to run 720p 30 and barely gets to 30, we've seen games do this on Xbox Series S. Grand Theft Auto will be one of the games that make that happen.
Yeah.
And I would see no point in Microsoft hindering the entire gaming industry for what? To have a cheap option? That it's just pointless, man. God, oh my fucking God.
Right. Am I right in thinking that the earliest console to release that Grand Theft Auto 5 released on was PS4? It didn't come out on PS3, did it?
No, it did. It did come out on PS3. It came out on PS3 and 360.
Grand Theft Auto 5. Because the thing is,
Grand Theft Auto 5 came out on PS3 and 360. Then it got re-released for PS4 and Xbox One, and then it got re-released for PS5 and Xbox Series X and S.
Yes, and also the Pro version's got a higher resolution texture pack, didn't they?
But it wasn't re-released, but it did get an update.
Yeah, okay. So, PS3, PS4, PS4 Pro, PS5. Now, that's basically 4 systems. We're going to see this happen again where GTA 6 will be out on PS5, but not anything earlier than that. Then it'll be on PS5 Pro. Then it'll be on PS6. It'll span that set of systems, won't it?
Yeah. So probably will.
Each time it's going to be like a little bit extra, a little bit extra, a little bit extra, you know? So
I don't know why they would re-release Grand Theft Auto 5 again after 6 comes out.
I'm talking about GTA 6.
Oh, yeah, GTA 6, it'll be
PS5, then PS5 Pro, then PS6. You get it?
Yeah, it'll be enhanced for the Pro system, but it won't be re-released. But yeah, I get what you're saying. It'll be re-released for the 6.
Where they will milk the game.
Oh yeah.
It will be generation and interim mid-gen refresh, and it'll just keep going and going and going.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Not for Xbox, but for PlayStation, yes.
That's how it's such a profitable game, because it's been around such a long time.
And this is why I'm hearing, this was I think about a month ago. I think it was a month or 2 ago that I heard that from a developer of Rockstar that this game is the lead platform is PlayStation. And that's not helping Xbox at all. So my thing is, how did Xbox get Rockstar to consider developing Grand Theft Auto 6 for the Xbox Series S or S? Or is it such an afterthought, right? Is it such an afterthought that they're like, oh, well, we're going to do whatever we do over there? Like, I want to know the situation for the Xbox when it comes to Grand Theft Auto 6. I really do want to know.
who knows what the Series S version is like? I mean, it could be like a retro game, top down, like original GTA.
That would be funny.
And it might be
I would
quite
love
good.
that.
Might be quite good, funky hip hop soundtrack, new artists.
That would be fucking dope.
And then people play that and just say it's a palate cleanser. We don't need the massive map and the aeroplanes and 3D and all of that. It can all just be fun times, retro.
Telling you, bro.
Yeah.
It's just, I need Xbox fans, and I'm gonna play the clip. I've been talking about this clip for a while, and Uncompetitive been explaining a lot of things for a while.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna play the clip. I sent it to the PSLOG, and this is Carl Eastwood and one of his guests. And it's y'all go listen to it, man.
DLSS solution that they're using. Yes, they're saying that this DLSS solution that they're using, which is this PSSR, is actually beyond their expectations. So this is from EA. Now this is from developers at EA, specifically from Respawn, and they did say that they were able to get specifically Jedi Survivor to 4K 120 with absolutely zero hiccups.
Jeez.
So this comes from them, not from me. All right, it's not a trust me, bro. I'm reading it right here. Yes, they're saying that this DLSS solution that they're using, which is this PSSR, is actually beyond their expectations. This is from EA. Now this is from developers at EA.
I know one thing. I already upgraded my TV, not to the TV I want, but the TV. I needed a new TV. Yeah. What I will do is definitely get a 120 compatible VRR. Is it VRR? Yeah, VRR TV. That's what I will be getting this year, and then I'll get the Pro also. Because when I get the Pro, I want a TV that I gotta go above and beyond for the TV. And all the ones that were already out for the last four something years, they should be much cheaper going into this holiday season. So I'll be picking up one of those. All I'm going to say, I am excited.
Yeah.
Well,
he's usually wrong about everything, but actually I think he's correct here.
Yeah.
Because I was talking earlier, wasn't I, about how frame generation works. And if you can get it native to 60, you give it to the AI, and the AI works out what fits in between those frames, and you get 120.
They were trying to cut costs. It wasn't it was somebody's bright idea, but they were trying to cut costs. That's why they were trying to be cheap.
Anything lower than 60. So if you can't manage 60, you don't say, "Oh, it's 30. Now give me all the alternate frames and make it 60." It doesn't work like that. It has to be faster because the frames have to be very similar, and then the AI can work out what a frame in between those frames should look like without everything looking like garbage. Because guessing basically what two frames should look like. Now, as to the upscaling, if it's 4K, it would have had to upscale from something lower. So does that mean it upscaled from 1440p 60? Maybe. Right? So 1440p 60 with some nice, would it be doing, I don't know, I daren't say this really, would it be doing any kind of ray tracing at 1440p 60? And then
I don't know.
Does both of those other two things?
It would be up to the developer. But we've seen what Insomniac can do with a normal PS5. I would assume that whatever they're working on with Wolverine, yes, they would be able to get ray tracing and 4K and 60, or even 120 with ray tracing and 60, because they did it with Spider-Man.
I'm talking on the PS5 Pro.
Yeah, I would assume I can give you an answer. Insomniac can do it. I don't know about everybody else. I don't know them. I know that Insomniac can do it.
They only did it as a spot on Clank, didn't they? So
No, they did it on Spider-Man as well with the buildings, bro. They had an option of what is a VRR option with ray tracing and unlock frame rates and 4K or some shit like that.
Yeah, but see, the thing is it's not.
So what they did with the PS4, right? PS5, right? Do you think that they can? You don't think they can go beyond that on a PS5 Pro? Insomniac. Well, not nobody else. Insomniac. I think that they will be able to go well above that.
Well, I don't think that you can have 4K ray tracing even on a PS5 Pro. Okay, in a sense where it's native.
Okay.
However, you can, I think, have 1440p ray tracing, right? And it might be possible to do 1440p 60 ray tracing on a PS5 Pro. And if you can do that, and then on top of that, you then do all the other stuff to do with upscaling and frame generation, that then gets you 4K 120 ray tracing. But basically, all of that is bullshit, right? It's not real, actually doing it properly. But you won't notice because it will just look awesome, right? So, I expect in motion, right? When you're playing the game, it'll look fine. And then if you were to pause it and actually study what's happening, and you've got one of the in-between frames rather than the actual genuine rendered frames, you'd find things in it that are artifacts that you'd be like, what the hell's that? Right? And some of the shadows would be dithered and who knows? But it might not be, the refractions wouldn't be correct in certain places and stuff, and you'd be able to pick it all apart. And Digital Foundry will have a heyday with all this stuff because they'll pick all the wrong interpolated frames and they will say, oh, look, and it'd be like, yeah, but that wasn't even done by the game. That was done by the hardware.
Yeah.
So,
we will have to see. I don't know.
I mean,
you're asking the wrong person. All I know is that if Insomniac can get their hands on that system, they're gonna make a lot of crazy shit happen with their skill, not relying on hardware.
Because it could be that it'll be great and we won't notice it, and it'll just improve everything.
Yeah.
Or it could be annoying.
Lucci Sky in the chat is saying that we know that Sony first party is gonna have a ball with the Pro. They had it since September, and they drop and they drop next year. I don't know, man. There's a lot of people pointing to the Pro dropping at the end of this year, but yeah, we'll. Oh, you talking about the games are dropping next year? Yes, the PlayStation first party games are dropping next year. Yeah. But I think a lot of the other games will be enhanced that are currently existing, like Helldivers, or probably allow us to do fucking 4K 60 easily.
Oh, this is a question about when should we expect the Pro?
I would assume that it'll be this holiday season.
I think so too.
Yeah, lead us into 2025 with the promise of Grand Theft Auto running best on. I mean, you can say that the best place to play Grand Theft Auto. You can start, bro. You can really just even if Xbox is dead, you can really just say, hey, fuck you, Xbox. The best place to play Grand Theft is on PlayStation 5.
They're struggling to get up from a fight at the moment, and we just have to kick them when they're down.
I feel like it's perfect. I mean, Xbox has kicked PlayStation when they were down during the PS3 in the most disrespectful ways that I had to witness multiple fucking weeks and months and years in a row, where they were so fucking disrespectful and the shit they were doing and the deals they were making. It was fucking horrible. However, if PlayStation could deal with that, I'm pretty sure Xbox can deal with worse. So, hey, fair is fair. Right?
Look, they're the richer company. They're not going to go out of business over this.
Yeah. They're just going to be very, very hurt. And their fans are... Oh, man, I can only imagine their fans... Wow.
Look, yeah, they can go back to making word processors. Look, it's all going to end fine for them. They own OpenAI, right? Just try and wrap your head around that. They own OpenAI. That business is going to make their market cap times 10. So if they're like a 2 or 3 trillion company now, give them 5 years, they'll be a 30 trillion company. That's how rich they'll be, just off the basis of AI. So they have no worries at all, and they don't need Xbox. They have finally got the golden goose. Now, the guy from Intel, this is some years ago, guy who was the boss of Intel, Gordon Moore, he had observed that every 18 months, the number of transistors on a chip doubled. And he said, have you noticed, and this is called Moore's Law, right? So some people get it wrong and they say it's every 2 years. But if you actually look at the numbers and you put all the chips on it and you draw a line through it, it actually is 18 months consistently, right? And you can apply that to the PS5 Pro, and you can say, how much faster should we expect it to be, given that it's been 4 years since the last system came out, right? Because like 18 months and another 18 months is a doubling and a doubling. So in 3 years from 2020, so 2023, you'd expect it to be 4 times as fast. It's as simple as that. And then you say, but it's 2024, and you say, yes, but there was a year delay because of COVID, right? So that is mathematically the reason why the PS5 Pro would be 4 times as fast, and it's doable for it to achieve that target because of Moore's Law. So when they have these specs, it could be the whole thing's fictitious and it's all, you know, made up or hoax or whatever. This PS5 Pro might not be real, but it's incredibly credible what they're claiming it does. There's no part of what the specs are where you're saying, no, that doesn't seem possible. It can't possibly be, you know, 70 teraflops. They're smoking crack, right? If they'd come out and said it was 70 teraflops, I'd be laughing and I'd be saying, no way, right? So, you know, everything they've said about it being like 33.5 teraflops for 32-bit floating point operations, that's perfectly okay. That's like, yep.
Game Pass is it
so,
exactly
like technical for
what
people,
we needed.
But I'm just saying that what they've claimed about the PS5 Pro all makes sense from what I know about chip manufacture.
Uh-oh, I came back and you're still talking. What's going on? What did I miss? Because I left for like 5 minutes.
Everyone in chat what Moore's Law is.
Oh,
from a
gosh.
technical perspective, and it's like, it's simple, right? So the number of transistors on a chip doubles every 18 months. They've had, 1.5 years plus 1.5 years, that's 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that means they've got 2 doublings, which is 2, then 2 equals 4. So that's 4 times the power of the PS5. And then the reason it didn't come out last year is because they had COVID and that delayed everything. So increase their production and get their inventory out.
So the Pro was always going to happen. Sony was always going to release this Pro.
They might. I don't know about that. It might have been that they see what's happening with Microsoft going after Activision Blizzard King, and they were just saying, what is our response going to be?
I'm telling you, the existence of the Pro is going to make a lot of Bethesda studios pressure Microsoft into putting games on PlayStation, like Indiana Jones, which will run better on PlayStation, Starfield, which will run like. This is going to be a bad year for Xbox fans. I'm telling you. The reason why is because when you break this down and that all their games are coming over here, all their games are going to run better on PlayStation. Oh,
you know,
you just gave me a great idea. I think Digital Foundry did a analysis for Hi-Fi Rush.
Weirdly, I don't think that the Xbox Series X being 12 teraflops made the people at Sony run scared and say, we gotta, somehow make a better, faster PlayStation. I think Mark Cerny was sincere when he said it really doesn't matter about teraflops anymore. He wasn't trying to cope, as some people suggested. He knew from talking to developers that they said, what we want more than teraflops is a way of getting stuff into the texture buffer of the GPU. We really need that to be faster. And then I had another look at his talk, and he has like a top-down map of the city of Manhattan, right, in Spider-Man 2. And he said that we've worked it out that we can make it so fast that when you turn around and look behind you, it loads in all the textures that will be behind you. And then when you turn back to face north, let's say, it then loads in those textures in the time it took you to turn around. Because there is a cap on the turn speed in Spider-Man. You can't turn around, extremely fast. And that means that basically the map behind you doesn't exist. And you turn around to look at it and it does. And then the stuff that's now behind you doesn't exist, which is wild, right? And that allows it to have 16 gigabytes of RAM and have textures as if it had more like, 30 gigabytes of RAM. And that kicks the price down. So that's your Quark and decompression working its way, itself away. And there's nothing equivalent to that on the Xbox Series X. They've got something, they've got their sampler feedback streaming thing. It's just not the same. It's just no good. It does something. It's not total rubbish, but it doesn't do what the Kraken does. I think, if I recall, the Kraken is 3 times as fast in terms of its throughput of data, which is crazy.
That's crazy, bro.
But yeah, that SSD system that they've got, it's not really the SSD. I mean, obviously you need to have the SSD, but it's more the decompression thing that is making the PS5 blaze itself away. And it's just incredible. And that's what allows it to do the games that it can do.
Hi-Fi Rush.
I was watching you play Spider-Man 2, right, in your stream, and you were going and looking at all the food and stuff, and I just marveling at this game, thinking, how has it got so much texture detail and objects? And
man, that game is fucking gorgeous.
There is so much packed into it. I've never ever seen anything the like of it.
Never. Bro, don't get me started.
But
I got pictures on Spider-Man that other games would make look like fucking pixels, man.
Yeah. And I don't think there's anything like that on PC.
No.
Now I'm thinking like, okay, what about Star Citizen? Maybe, but the thing about Star Citizen,
I saw some good food on Star Citizen, but not
does
like
it
Spider-Man.
well, I'm not talking about the food. I'm talking about like the ships and things like that. I think that Star Citizen might possibly be okay, but the thing is that it's doing it all by brute force and it needs loads of RAM.
Yeah.
Right? So they say that you can't have
Look at that
Star
food,
Citizen run
bro.
on the PS5.
Make you fucking hungry.
It's impossible for Star Citizen to run on the PS5, and I believe them, because it's not been written to take advantage of, texture decompression and all of that. So, but I mean, it's not a game that would appeal to a PlayStation market anyway. It's a boring game.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing to do in that game.
Now, yeah, there's new Xbox hardware coming out this holiday. It's true. It's a redesign. It's not a Pro.
The cylinder one, yeah. If they had,
but look,
to that design,
Xbox fans, the way they gonna make it sound is a Pro, because they desperate to win some sort of narrative. It's over, bro. I mean, the console war truly has been over. Like, people have been telling me that, yes. And yes, I talked to True Witty a lot about this. Yes, the console war is over, but they're still fighting. They haven't waved the white flag. So the fans are still fighting. But the war is over, but they're still fighting.
This is going to sound like a joke, but I don't mean it like a joke. Right? But do you think it's significant that this Brooklyn system is the first Xbox that isn't actually a box?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Now, are they ashamed of Xbox? And are they going to call this an Xbox? I mean, it's got an Xbox logo on it in the picture.
You got a really good point there. This is the first Xbox that's not a fucking box. It's not square. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, try and bring
you won't even be able to put it on its side.
Bring this up.
Because it's round. It'll just roll.
I'll let you mention that to King Thrash next time you're on the round table. Get into Blow's mind.
What? That's some fucking deep shit right there. That's the first Xbox that's not a box. That's some wild shit, though. Wow. First Xbox is not a box. I'm going to get the image of the box in question because most people don't like to share it.
I don't think enough people have seen it.
Yeah.
I don't think it looks too bad, actually.
I remember they leaked all their shit out. You remember when they leaked all their shit out?
Yeah.
They leaked all their shit out.
It's useless of them, isn't it?
Oh, I do have all the sales reports here. Oh, there it is.
Okay, we've discussed all of the different systems that they might do. I don't think they're going to do any of them other than this next one. So that Brooklyn system that's a cylinder that isn't a box is the last one. And it makes a certain amount of sense because they can reduce costs. It's going to have better reliability because it hasn't got a mechanical disk drive that could go wrong. It forces you into buying games from them, no one else. Either you buy them through the Microsoft Store. So if you want to have, say, Microsoft Flight Simulator, that'll be over $100 just for that one game. Or you might go, I can't afford that. Oh, I'll get it on Game Pass. And then you're into buying Game Pass, and that's like $120 a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they get the money off you. And then anything that you might have played in the past through backwards compatibility that you yearn to play again, well, that'll still work, but only if you buy the game again and download it again. Right? You can't just stick a disc in. So just by getting rid of the fucking slot, it will give you more revenue for all those people who stay on the system. And the thing about Xbox is it does have a bit of a community still. There is the people who you're friends with on live, who you meet to kind of play Madden and FIFA or whatever, and you have a regular thing with them. And those people will be, diehards, and they will keep plugging away because that's where their friends are. They won't want to stop using Xbox because it will mean giving up contact with their mates that they've known for years and that they talk to over their headset. So when we say it's dying, right? Eventually a lot of those people will migrate over to PC, and then they'll use voice over IP, and they'll keep contact with their friends that way, right? So the Xbox community will stop using Xbox consoles, right? And that'll be how it goes, right? But it won't, Xbox as a community probably won't die off entirely. It'll just stop calling itself Xbox. All of those relationships between those gamers, those fire teams in Destiny.
This game's still fucking beautiful as fuck, man.
Those persist, and they will keep going until they all end up dying off and they're replaced by a new generation of people who own Switch 3 or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a long, slow death.
Yeah.
But, it's not like
they deserve it.
I don't think it's going to be. Well, I'm talking about the people who aren't the Xbox people. I'm talking about regular Xbox consumers that are not on Twitter being a nuisance, right?
Oh, okay.
I'm saying that there is a kind of sundowning, a sunset strategy where it is. Sundown is the wrong word. There is a sunset strategy where it not only has a physical exit plan for the sale of new consoles, where they will find one that they don't mind making for the next 5 years, which will be new in November, and they'll keep that going for 5 years. Whether they carry on after that, I don't know.
So just in case you guys don't know what the new next gen refresh, the Xbox Series S refresh console is gonna look like.
It's an X.
Well, it's X, right?
Well, it's an X in terms of its capability, in terms of its performance, but it's digital.
Yeah, it's a Brooklyn.
It's a digital
just call
version
it
of the X. Digital version of the X.
It's a digital version of the X. It's supposed to be round. It's supposed to be a cylinder. That's not a box. That's not a box. They're gonna sell you a box that's not even a box. Like, how much lying can they do, man? Xbox fans are stupid.
I hope people aren't taken in by the shape and think that you can somehow still put a disc in it because it's round.
Oh yeah, I know. Wow.
Because it's about the same, footprint as a DVD, isn't it?
You think it's gonna be smaller in overall size?
I think it's around the top. If you look, I don't know in proportion to the controller, but I would have thought that the width of a DVD is probably the width of the top, isn't it?
I want to say so.
But
know. Without it being compared to another actual size of a system.
We'll have to wait until we see it, won't we? We'll have I bet there'll be videos of people kicking them downstairs, and they'll be kind of going rolling and going bong 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 bong.
Wow.
Because
that's an ugly thing.
Want to get a shot of it, and they'll have all manner of funny videos of getting rid of it, and it'll be funnier to get rid of something that's round than it is to get rid of something that's boxy. I can see it now.
Well, this is their pro. I remember they leaked out their whole shit. You know, I downloaded all those pictures, so I have all the shit they leaked.
It's not a Pro. It's nothing better performance-wise than the current.
I know, but hey, they're gonna run with a story that a Pro is gonna exist and gonna come this holiday season, and this is what it is.
Well, it could be sort of spun as being a more, better console to get if they put some kind of haptics into the controller. Because they have redesigned it, they've made it two-tone. Doesn't say too much about it on that page. Can you see that? Of all the things you think, I'd like to know something about that. Or they're talking loads about the, fucking Bluetooth and wireless that it supports, so who cares? But, like, what's the controller about? And it's like, oh, we don't know. We're not going to tell you. I'm like, fuck. That's the bit I want to know about. What the controller's like.
You're talking about, like, you want to know what the features of the controller is?
Does it have haptics? Does it have, is this like the DualSense? Does it have?
I would assume that they want to go that route, but I don't know if they will. I would assume that they want to go that route, but I don't know if they will, man.
If it's just two-tone, they might as well just throw in a Design Labs controller with it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, with all the Pro controllers they currently have, I don't understand why it's not haptic feedback. One of their Pro controllers haven't been at haptic feedback and compatible so far. If you get what I'm saying, like, that has way more. Like, what is taking them so long? I don't know. I don't get it.
Well, I mean, they could probably have their console at the moment support the DualSense, right? So you take your DualSense from your PlayStation, then you somehow synchronize it with your Xbox, and then just use it. That's probably feasible. There might even be like a mod or a hack or something, some piece of software that would have it work. But they want to sell their controller. They make money off their Design Lab controllers. So I don't think they want to give up that money. So they want to at least remain in the controller market, even if they exit the console market. Because they can sell new Xbox controllers, even if they have no console, because you need a controller when you play on the PC. So that might be all that ever remains of Xbox is a controller with a Xbox logo on it. 30 years from now, there'll be an Xbox controller that'll be new and you can play with it, and and people say, I like it because the sticks are offset. I don't like the DualSense 4 because they're all in the same position, sort of thing. That argument won't go away, and it'd just be a matter of taste, won't it?
Yep. That is ugly. I've seen ugly controllers in my lifetime.
I don't like it. No.
That shit is very ugly.
If they're smart, they'd give it a couple of buttons underneath. Kind of like the Edge controller.
Yeah, something like that. They should.
It doesn't need to be like the Elite, because I've got the Elite controller and the paddles are hypersensitive and you literally can't use it because they go off. They get triggered so easily.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of like an SJW.
Oh, that's a little.
So, I found it very hard to use, and I thought, damn.
I was not a big fan of that the Xbox controller. Like I feel like they could have done much better. They could have done a much better job. I'm trying to figure out where my my damn picture is. I had a damn picture of the what's the name?
What, of the controller?
No. I had shared the image.
I don't see it on screen, the controller.
Oh no, I don't. For some reason I don't have that picture.
Well,
I thought I had that image, but I don't have that.
It was on Twitter today. I looked for it and it's on Twitter today.
Oh, okay.
So if you, I don't know what would be under Xbox Series X or something, maybe.
I don't know. I know it's a two-tone, but I'll have to get it another dig. But yes, I would assume, but it's still, I don't know, man. Me personally, you got all that money, have this, bundle it with a Pro controller, call it a day. You know, you want to be the friend of the consumers, do it that way.
Yeah.
Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, if you want to be a friend of the consumer, launch this with a new Pro controller, and this new Pro controller has haptic feedback and adaptive triggers. And then that same Pro controller can be sold for much cheaper. For standalone. And you're all good.
Yeah, for PC, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but I don't know if they're going to go that route uncompetitive, because they should have went that route already.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's been 4 or 5 years now. Like, you should have already had adaptive triggers and haptic feedback in your controller. Like, I'm trying to figure out, is that copyrighted for Sony only to use that type for that gaming controller, or what?
No, Nintendo were the ones to do it first in the Switch. But I don't think. I mean, I'd heard that they got a patent on it, but it didn't stop Sony doing it. So Sony must have done something different to. I think what's in the Switch controller is high fidelity haptics or something. So, because the way it is, if you play something like 1, 2, 3 Switch, that game, it does things in the controllers that are very kind of weird. You know, they're kind of like, the vibrations are like very characterized as to what they are. So very nuanced. But with the DualSense, it's not quite the same. It's just like you got 2 independent vibrations in both handles, both grips, which isn't the same. So it's not. It's inferior to the Switch, but where it's superior is it has this resistive trigger thing. So when you're like firing a gun or something, or like you have to push against the trigger and stuff like that, and then there are vibrations in the trigger from when you're firing or that kind of thing. But they did rumble triggers in the original Xbox One thing before the DualSense 4. No, sorry, the DualShock 4 has it. So if you remember, the original Xbox One Day 1 controller and the one since have always had analog triggers. And in GTA 5, when you drive on the freeway and you go over the rumble strip that's along the side of the road, as it is in a car, it makes a kind of noise to kind of make you know that, oh, you've fallen asleep, you're going out of lane, right? And it actually, on that controller, it makes a vibration, but only on the trigger that is the side that you are veering off on. Yeah, and so if you do the left hand side if you're veering left, and the right hand side if you're veering right, which is a nice touch, and it's not in the PlayStation version because it's not capable of doing it on the DualSense. Sorry, the DualShock. And then I don't know whether they've updated that in GTA 5 on PlayStation 5. I expect they have.
Yeah.
Because it could probably do that now. I haven't played GTA 5. I don't think.
I mean, there you go. Like,
to know that.
what other kind of things are they gonna do for the PlayStation 5 version of the game versus for Xbox? You know, because of the speaker. A lot of developers have been using the speaker, at least AAA games. Haptic feedback, adaptive triggers. If I was Xbox, I would already have a controller out. So, I mean, they're working on Grand Theft Auto 6 as we speak, like the finishing touches. Like, you don't want to be introducing your controller late, and expect to have those features. You're not going to get them. I mean, whew, if you know anything, you already got a PlayStation 5. When Grand Theft Auto gets the release date and the pre-orders open, it's over. People are just going to go automatically to PlayStation 5. They're not messing with Xbox. The same great price, $500. They going to charge people $500 for this shit? They said the same great price, $500.
I think people should really not expect it to be that cheap. Well,
for this Xbox right here?
No. I see you're talking about the Xbox. Oh yeah, the same low price. So it's $500. Yeah.
That shit ain't a great price for a diskless.
That's a good price.
For a diskless one, you talking about for the 2 terabytes?
If it has a 2 terabyte SSD, that's not terrible. But what if you say, what are you going to play on it? And you say, oh, Starfield and
Call of Duty.
I'm like, no. Modern Warfare 3 is rubbish. They haven't got anything good that you could get excited about. That's the problem.
Wow.
And if it's just like third parties, right, and you're playing them on there, you could play all the third parties right now on PlayStation 5. And it's not conclusive that it's the best.
Lucci, I guess the difference between this and the one with the disc is one's digital and one's not, and one has 2 terabytes and the other one doesn't. I'm not really seeing anything in the shape. Like I said, updated technology. All new Southbridge Modo.io and sustainability efforts. Wi-Fi 6E radio for better throughput, latency, and interface migration. BT 5.2 radio for improved accessory experience, and 6nm die shrink for improved
That's
efficiency.
Not really enough, unfortunately. 6 nanometers, it could do with being less.
Improve sustainability story, reduce PSU power by 15%.
I think the PS5 Pro is small, has got a bigger die shrink than that. It's it's fewer nanometers.
So they're gonna try to introduce this as new, but it's really not. It's just a fucking slim.
Oh no, not at all.
Yeah, no. That shit about to be dog shit.
I can't remember what they said. What have you got the specs for the PS5 Pro where they say what nanometers that is? Is it 5?
I haven't, but I gotta go check. Man.
This is saying 6, isn't it? Right. So that makes a big difference.
Yeah, something like that. I don't think this is good. Like you said, this is not a pro. So whatever pro is doing is gonna do a pro shit. This is just a fucking.
Think about it, right? You jump in your car and you're driving through the city, down all the roads and turning all the corners, right? The route that you normally go to get to the shops to get your food, right? You always go the same way. And then you say, "Oh, everything's if I move to this other city where everything's much smaller scale and all the roads are narrower and the distances between all the different the length of the roads are all shorter, but it's the same layout, right? It's the same grid layout, but everything's like the roads are not as wide, and everything's a shorter length of a road and everything. It's all going to get a quicker journey, isn't it? To get from one side of the city to the other. If you say like Manhattan has a size of a block in its grid pattern, which is this size, it's got loads of buildings in each block, and then you go to another city based on blocks, and they're smaller blocks. I suppose Barcelona, right, or Edinburgh. The new town area of Edinburgh, based on blocks.
Cloud gaming, yeah.
Then it would be the same, where you take your route around the city, and it's going to be a shorter distance. And so, just by shrinking the size of the blocks, which is what you're doing when you go to a smaller fabrication with different nanometers, makes going at the same speed in your vehicle. You're going to end up getting to your destination faster because the distance is shorter. So that's why these processors get faster, and they don't get faster in a linear way. They get faster in a way which is, I think, related to like the square, because it's over a square. It's over an area. So if I'm right about that, that means that it isn't just like a little bit better because it's gone from 6 to 5. It's like more than you'd think for it going from 6 to 5, or whatever it goes down to. I mean, it might even have gone from 6 to 4. I don't know. But I mean, there's a limit. You can't keep shrinking it. You get to something that's called quantum tunneling, where the electrons decide, right, we had enough of this. We're going to just burrow through the track on the chip from one electrical pathway to another electrical pathway, and that's because the distance between the pathways is getting close to being electron thick. And so they don't stay in the channels of the circuits, and they end up just skipping over. And that's a bit of a problem. And you can get around that by switching from silicon to gallium arsenide. And I knew a guy who was working on gallium arsenide CPUs for that reason. And he told me all about it. And then you can start doing things like chilling the whole thing and having superconductivity. That tends to kind of quieten down the electrons a bit and improves performance and stops them messing about.
I'm lost.
But yeah,
how did we get here?
Well, all I'm saying is that like we're getting very close to the end. You can't do too many more die shrinks. So consoles, where they are now, they're almost at the limit of what's possible. I just want everyone to know that, so that they're not all kind of
be honest, man,
out and saying, why can't we have 8K 120 ray tracing? And I'm like, because
I feel like,
I
agree with what you're saying, right? But it's also, we cannot blame every problem with a video game on the hardware when it's developers' decision to make a game a certain way.
That's another whole issue. Yeah, I mean, there's like whole issues to do.
Bro, for real, like, if you have a game that looks like Dragon's Dogma, you should have an option for 60. It's not the best looking game I've ever seen.
No, I think 60 is achievable, yeah.
Yeah, that game's not the best looking. I could see if it was like a cyberpunk looking game, and it was like, okay, we're only doing 30. Okay, you know what? I would be like, I understand. Yeah, you've already put all your eggs in the basket of graphics. You got no more eggs for performance. I understand. It looks awesome. But, and I'm not saying it's an ugly looking game either, but it's not the best looking game I've seen. In 2024, you could do a little bit better, but I know the engine's old already. I know Japanese devs are not like full on with beastly looking graphics. So I understand. However, it is also 2024. You have to have options, whether those options suck or not. They got to do better.
There is another thing you can do though. So, well, there are two things you can do. One is you have more parallel architecture. So they already do that with graphic processing units, GPUs, and they can do that not just with graphics rendering, but they can do that with problem solving. So there's something that's called general purpose GPU programming, right? Where you go off and you say, I want to calculate some problem that's nothing to do with graphics, and you use the GPU to do it. Or you say, I'll have some of the compute units allocated to doing this, calculation of some physics or some flowing water or something, and then use that data to then instruct the rest of the system to do something, right? So, flocking birds or whatever it is, it might be something that gets calculated. That's known, and we might see a little bit more of that. But the other thing that's yet to even be attempted is changing away from using C++ as a programming language that everyone uses to make these games. And it isn't really very efficient. And you could do a lot better by switching to something else. So it adds a whole lot of overhead to your game. And if you were to use a more efficient programming language, then we would see a boost and we would see things run at 60 frames a second. So if the people behind Dragon's Dogma 2 hadn't used C++, as I expect they have, and they'd used something else that was better, then the game would run at 60.
So, I know you just explained all this.
But
we're never gonna get to a generation where every developer just can do 60, because different developers have different goals, and even if the hardware is capable of it, they're gonna make an excuse why they can't do it, and then we're gonna be arguing online about the system isn't powerful enough. We need another system.
No, that's not it. The whole education system, that they're all these people have been and they've done their courses where they've learned to program, right? They're all taught C++. The industry says you have to know C++ to get a job in it, right? Grand Theft Auto 6 was written in C++. So the whole thing's got a massive amount of inertia behind it, and it's had it for 40 years. It was developed in 1982, 42 years, and it's not good. They could do better. Everyone should be using something better. And but I mean, people are coming out with languages that look like they probably would be better, and they could say, if you use that, it would be so much better. But you can't get people to take the risk or to go out of their way to learn something totally new and a different way of working. And, the cost of retraining, and then no one's going to want to waste the time on, I mean, it has to make whole new tools because all the middleware is wrong. So Unreal Engine 5 is written in C++. It's such a profound thing, right? That everything is written in C++, and that's what's making games slow. So you have to throw all of this power at them in order to get them to do 30 frames a second. It's a real problem. And it never gets talked about. And I don't bring it up because I don't think anyone will understand. But that's the reason. So,
Oh boy, what time is it? We about to get up out of here.
I didn't know I'd be having all of these technical conversations. I apologize.
No, it's all right. I wish that Dragon's Dogma's embargo would have lifted today so we could have that to talk about.
Yeah.
But at the grand scheme of this stuff, I do trust the PlayStation first-party studios. They're gonna make that Pro seem amazing. Third-party devs, indie devs, second-party devs, I think they're gonna do good too. Helldivers is gonna be running at 4K 60, no problem. But when it comes to like the third-party devs and some of the indies I don't know. I think the indies should be able to easily be doing like 4K 120. All those smaller type indie games, they should do 4K 120, no problem. AAA devs are going to have problems that are not underneath PlayStation first-party studios. Because the way they make games is completely different. Even Sony has given them so many caveats, so many things that they needed between the PlayStation 4 and the PS5, and now with the Pro. They're giving them all the tools to do better, and they still don't. So I cannot in good conscience sit up here and talk to another gamer and say, well, we need more hardware. We don't. We don't even need the Pro. If these devs were doing their job, we wouldn't need the Pro. You keep making your game fucking 30 frames per second. That's a you problem. That's not on the hardware. That's on you. So, at the end of the day, man, they got to get their shit together. They never will. And when the Pro comes out, it's still not going to be enough power for people. Then we're going to get the 6. It's still not going to be enough power for people. So, if we are still having 30 frames per second games when the PS5 Pro comes out and the 6 comes out, is at that point, are people going to start blaming, the devs, or are they going to still blame the hardware? That's a trick question. They're never going to blame the devs. They're always going to blame the hardware. They don't do it with PC, though. The PC has something running shit. Nobody blames the hardware. They blame the devs.
Yeah.
They say that the devs made a bad port. The PC fans will never blame it on their hardware. They were like, no, I built a good PC. It's the devs' fault. You made a bad port.
Yeah.
But when it comes to console gaming, the journalist, the media never says, well, the devs, you made a bad game. That's why it's running at 30. Now, with Dragon's Dogma, I am starting to see people come around to saying, well, that was a bad decision on your part. Instead of looking at the hardware and say, the hardware can't do it. Because there's so many people doing 60, you cannot say, oh, it's the hardware's problem. No, Capcom, that was your decision. And Capcom respectfully came out and admitted that it was their decision. That there was nothing wrong with next-gen hardware. It was their decision to make it 30 frames. Now, I don't know why they made it 30 frames, but it was their decision. Guys, it is 9:30, okay? I don't feel like doing timestamps. I'm going to do a shout-out, and then we're probably going to do like 3 timestamps in between because Uncompetitive hijacked the fuck out of this stream. And I don't even know what we were talking about when we were supposed to be talking about it. I really apologize for this stream. The only reason why I'm apologizing because there was supposed to be some major news that we were going to break today, and that was going to be the reviews of Dragon's Dogma. And I want to have a nice discussion. Huh?
Well, they didn't have any.
Yeah, because I got the date wrong.
Oh,
somebody had put out that the embargo was today, and then I have read somewhere else that it's not today, it's tomorrow, which means we'll be covering the Dragon's Dogma reviews on Thursday, along with the NPD sale data, and along with the Rise of the Ronin reviews. Thursday should be fucking big. Good. Yeah, Thursday should be pretty big. Day. And I think that I know I'm supposed to be getting them out of here real quick. There's a Unreal. You heard about the Unreal? What is it called? The State of Unreal?
No.
Yeah, it's called the State of Unreal March 20th, which is tomorrow. So there's going to be quite a bit to talk about on Thursday.
Is that a conference?
Yep, that's their conference, and then PAX East is this weekend. So there's going to be a good amount to talk about there for Sunday show. So it's a big week. It's the last financial month of the year. We're going into the new financial quarter in April. So I would assume that everybody wants to get as much shit out the way in March as they possibly can. And maybe, just maybe, we can get the sales report for Helldivers 2. But if it is actually very close to getting to 10 million, then I feel like they're going to wait to announce that it hit 10 million instead of giving any of the smaller announcements like Power was doing. Like everyday Power will give us an update on sales. That's just not Sony's style. Sorry about the lack of some of the news here today, but we gotta get the rest of that shit. What's this? PUBG official 2024 roadmap 8 days ago. Okay. PUBG still alive, huh? PUBG still fucking alive. Metaverse bar, Unreal Engine 5. I feel like a lot of people having fun with Unreal Engine 5, but in reality, it's just like I haven't seen a single game running in Unreal Engine 5 properly that everybody can say, wow, it's doing what it was supposed to do. I hope we get there though. Like soon. I hope they can do what they need to do with Unreal Engine 5. It's still one of the most beautiful engines I've ever seen, but that performance, man. And sometimes when you see these high level PC builds and they're still dealing with performance problems with this engine, I mean, it's at that point again, it's not the hardware, it's the software. Well, that'll conclude the show for tonight. I hope everybody has a good night's sleep. I'm gonna do a little bit of the timestamps. Just a little bit. And then I'm not going to revise anything else. So I'll be playing Final Fantasy for the rest of the night. Just an update if you guys wanted to know. I have 28% of the trophies. And I have earned 20 trophies out of 60. I'm still in the grasslands, and I have not fought the swamp snake, snake boss. So I just want to let you guys know I am, still grinding it out, but making massive amount of progress. My people are level 23. My party level is level 3. I'm up there. I'm doing it. I'm loving it. Okay, if I can get these timestamps out the way in a few minutes, I'll stream me playing Final Fantasy for the rest of the night. And hopefully I don't fall asleep.